Bum, 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 bum. And pop that bitch there. Hi, Concept. Hello, everybody. Hello, hello, hello. You're making banana bread. Good for you. I have got to open Warframe really quickly because I don't think. Oh, my game capture is capturing Warframe. Good, good, good. Yeah, that's good to hear, man. You thought I was a Trinity player? Shut up, MLAD. Honestly, the frames that I play more than anything, I think if we look at my stats from last year, what is it? Warframe stats. I think it'll show you like my stats from the previous year, won't it? Your year in review. Yeah, here we go. So, Equinox, Banshee, Sight. I played a lot of Volt because I did a lot of ISO Vaults last year, a lot of Loki, but you'll see my most used ability is Energy Vampire. So it's a little, kind of scattered, but 35% of my playtime last year was Equinox. Which is actually quite like a insane number if you think about it. 35%, a third of the time I was playing Warframe, which to be fair in 2025 my playtime did drop a decent chunk because I got employed. um I should say I regained employment. I had been out of a job for like a year and a half. So in 2023 and 2024, I had a huge jump in my playtime compared to what my normal playtime is. And then in 2025, my playtime nosedived. Right? High stands. Um, but even it's kind of like my regular playtime. Which is why this percentage is probably a little bit higher than normal. But yeah, hi babe. Yeah, I am a big Equinox player. To LARP as a knower. True, 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 true. Yeah. I give all of the frames a good shake. I really do. I do give most of the frames. Okay, the game capture isn't working. Oh, you know why the game capture isn't working? It's because of Rivatuner, and I can just guarantee that it's because of Rivatuner. Stealth mode. We will try to get this to work again. Give me 1 second to fix this. Because I know you guys can hear the game, but you can't see the game. Let's just try doing this. Let's try that. And then try doing this. No? You don't want to grab it? Do I need to... if I need to restart OBS, I'm going to be upsetty. Maybe I can get away with a different thing, though. Hold on, let's try doing this. Come on, you can do it. You can do it, I know you can. God damn it. I can't believe I forgot to fucking turn off Rivatuner. That's so obnoxious that I did that. Let me try exiting the game and reloading. Maybe that'll fix it. I really hope I didn't just screw myself because of Rivatuner. I'm sure I didn't, but I got you clicking with the title. It's a good one. It's a good one. Now, I've only seen a portion of the video. Um, the thing about Kenji is he tends to be pretty high quality, right? But there are certain things that he says that I do disagree with. Or there are certain things that he's like, he misspeaks or misquotes every now and again, which is fine, it happens. But overall, I would say that, like, Kenji is typically a higher quality source of information than something like Brozime. I would say if you were to, like, rank the Warframe YouTubers, KMF, Gaz, Brozime, fucking, I don't even know if GHS is still relevant anymore, whatever. Kenji is definitely higher on the list. However, I don't think that he is the highest quality source of information. Oh, look, the game is fixed. Yippee. I can log in now. Woohoo. I don't care. I don't care about my nat type. Nobody gives a shit. So it's, I don't like to shit on people and be like, oh, this person's bad, he's not worth watching, blah, 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 blah. That's definitely not what I'm going for. That's not the angle that I want people to walk into this video thinking I'm going to shit on the guy. Or that I have, some preloaded opinion going into it. Many of his videos are perfectly fine. I've had a couple of his videos that I looked at and went, huh? So I shit talk your goat. Well, that's because Kai is genuinely a bad person. I don't like Kai at all. I think Kai is a bad person. He steals content. He rushes content. He doesn't even care about Warframe. It was always a job to him. He used Warframe to, like, springboard his editing, and all he does is, like, hyperactive ADHD slop editing, and he doesn't say anything for, like, the first 3 minutes of a video. Like, it's just attention grabby, baity bullshit. I don't like him. I personally dislike Kai, so that's very different. I don't have any personal feelings towards any of the other Warframe YouTubers. I really don't. I no personal feelings towards Kenji. I think I'm even in his server. He seems like a good dude. Just maybe a little bit, like I said, 50-50, not 50-50. I would say like 80-20 on the quality department. You know what I mean? I'd give him a fairly high mark. So I saw this in my feed earlier, and this is funny. If we go to his YouTube page, he actually had another one, which was this Banshee video. And I did actually watch, about halfway through the Banshee video. He has some very interesting opinions on Banshee. There's a lot that he gets right. There's a little, but there's a lot that he gets right. He gets a lot correct about Banshee, which I think is just really interesting, because I wouldn't think that Kenji is a Banshee knower. I wouldn't look at this guy and say, oh yeah, this guy knows shit about Banshee. He gets a lot right. And like I said, I didn't finish the video, so I actually have no idea what his final thoughts are, conclusions were, what his builds are. I didn't really get that far. You can see that with Kenji. I don't watch a lot of his videos. I liked this video. This was fairly well made, but like I don't really give this guy a lot of watching, as you can see. So, going into this mostly open mind, I saw like a little bit of it. I saw like all the way to like, I don't know, here or something. The Coco Melon of Warframe. Cool Kid and Kenji present their videos better than the average slop tuber. I do agree. I do agree with that. A lot of what makes Kenji videos nice to watch is his presentation is very clean and coherent and clear. You can tell that he isn't trying to make a video for the sake of making a video. He wants it to be informative and helpful. And I would say the same is true for Cool Kid. I disagree with Cool Kid on a couple things as well, but again, I would also put him in that same regard as like a good watch when it comes to YouTube Warframe content. There's very low quality Warframe content out there. I would say that Cool Kid and Kenji are not a part of that group. He's coming to solve a tactical problem. I don't think that's his catchphrase. I think it's practical problem. But, What's up, guys? Today we're going to be taking Corvex to level cap. Don't forget to subscribe. Yeah, right? Yeah. I would say that Warframe YouTube is full of, like, very low effort, low quality content. Mine included, just so we're all clear. I don't fucking make high quality content. My streams are low quality, in my opinion. But I would say Kenji and Cool Kid are definitely outside of the norm. I wouldn't say that they put as much effort into it as like an animalistic editing style type of thing. Their scripts and structures are a little bit higher quality than Ammo's script and structures. So if you wanted to kind of, you know, do like a radar chart of stats. But yeah, very few creators have information that's not just flat out bullshit. That I agree with. I agree with that very much. There are a lot of just utter bullshit creators. Why does this just say England? What is England? Just England national football team. Why is this just here? England. Interesting. Alright, well, whatever. I say we just get into it. I think we got enough people watching now. We've got enough people that we can jump into it and see what's going on. So let's take a lookie, right? Normally I watch these at 2x speed. This is 23:21 without all the whatever these are. Let's see. Let's see how slow he talks.
2015, prior to the release of the Natar Quest and Sorties. Since then, she has seen basically no real changes.
Is the volume good for you guys?
In 2016 and 2018, had some minor stat changes as part of global updates, but nothing specifically for her.
Volume up just a little bit.
However, new mods, arcanes, and metas have changed the way she can be played by a lot. I'll show you the...
This is just objectively true. There's nothing for me to comment on the first 20 seconds in. Objectively true. Literally, there's nothing for me to really say. Because, yeah, the Equinox hasn't changed for fuck all, and the game has changed around Equinox instead.
Power that's gone untouched all this time, and how to maximize it until she's changed. I'm Nick Engineer, let's solve the practical problem.
We're gonna kind of pump this guy up to maybe 1.5.
Equinox is a blend of night and day, two forms in one frame, giving you two different styles of content. You can also get two more styles of content from me with Twitch and Patreon.
Alright, nice.
Suffice to say, the duality augment is bad, with almost every weapon I hand in the clone. Some will argue that it has some uses with some weapons occasionally, but it's overall an unreliable, short duration option that forces you to form switch just to use it. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. From the top then.
Interesting take. I heavily disagree. I've kind of showcased like the instances where the duality augment is good. He is correct that it is a little inconsistent, it is a little bit janky, and it does have a low duration. Those are all facts. And in fact, in an Equinox rework video, I think I have a Word document. Let me go through my folders without, just dropping my Google Drive in front of you guys. I have a rework doc that I worked on to just kind of like, here's what I would do if I could change Equinox, blah, 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 blah. Oh my god, where is it? I have to find it because I like... Here we go, Equinox. I made an Equinox rework doc. This is not the correct one. God damn. Is it in this folder? This one. Dude, how many... how many... Ah. Here it is. Found it. This right here. Little Equinox document that I wrote up. And basically what this is... I've shared this with you guys a couple of times. The long and short of this doc, because it's a whole bunch of text and just nothing else, is that these are the things that she has. These are what's wrong with her kit. These are all summaries of her abilities, pros and cons, good and bad. I didn't really go into the 4 too much because these are kind of just... The 4 is very self-explanatory, blah, blah, blah. This is just kind of like, if I were to rework Equinox, here's what I would change about these abilities. Here's what I wouldn't change. Here's why. I go over like the design, blah, blah, blah. But one of the big things I talked about was the first ability, I would just remove the duration mechanic entirely. And for the augment that is attached to this, the augment duration would also be removed in exchange for kind of incentivizing swapping in a different way. Now, again, there's like a lot that I went into with this doc. There's a whole bunch of it, but he's like both correct and incorrect right off the rip here. The duality augment is really inconsistent, really incoherent, and it really is weapon dependent. There are times where the duality augment clone will just literally like do fucking like nothing. It'll be worthless and it'll be a waste of time. And then there are times where this duality augment clone will basically play the game for you. So like a bit of a disagree, a bit not, because I get where he's coming from with like this thing is like inconsistent as shit. It is inconsistent, that I can agree with, but I wouldn't say it's bad.
Equinox's passive is a joke. On picking up a health orb, you also gain 10% of its value as energy. On picking up an energy orb, you gain 10% of its value as health. This is the exact effect you get
the captions are probably blocking the video part there. There you go.
This is the exact effect you get from an unranked equilibrium mod. No one uses an unranked equilibrium mod. Even with the somewhat modern change to health orbs to make them 50 health by default, that's still only 5 energy. So functionally, Equinox does not have a passive. Equinox will start a mission in day or night form, depending on her emissive color channel. Colder, darker colors are for night, warm and bright for day, with an icon next to it indicating as much. Any frame with subsumed rest and rage from Equinox can use this same channel to determine which form of it they use. Equinox.
So, I do agree that the passive is bad, and I do agree that Equinox's passive needs modernization. Do I think that it's an awful passive in its concept, like in its design? No, actually. I think that Equinox's passive is like the ideal, this is what a passive should be. The problem with Equinox's passive is actually just the stat values. And you're going to notice something throughout this entire Equinox discussion. A lot of people bring up like Equinox and say, oh, she's outdated. Oh, she's so, she needs modernization. She needs touch-ups. She needs this. She needs that. Realistically, my argument for Equinox has been and will continue to be that out of all of the frames that need modernization, Equinox does not need like an actual kit redesign. You know what I mean? It is just the fact that she has numbers and limitations that are bad, which, like, it's very interesting. Most of the time when a rework comes up, right, one of the things I always advocate against is number tweaking and number changing. Because usually when we talk about frames that need reworks, like Chroma, for example, Chroma needs an entire kit redesign. You can buff the numbers to be whatever the fuck you want. Chroma still just has, like, reflective damage on his 2, but that's really, like, that's what he boils down to. He boils down to a big serration buff, a 1 and a 4 that don't really matter for 90% of missions, and then a reflective damage bonus. Like, he just doesn't have a kit, right? So, like, I would not recommend number changing for Chroma. It would be bad design to do that. But I would say the exact opposite is true for Equinox, where if you were to fundamentally change what her abilities do, that would really suck. And I think the passive is kind of included on that. I would add something onto the passive because I have, in my opinion, like a really solid idea for an Equinox rework that rides the line of stat changing versus like adding this like one mechanical change. But that's because the fundamental part of Equinox, like the base kit, is very, very good. It's just that the numbers are really weak. Realistically, if you wanted to change Equinox, I've said this a couple of times on stream, you can quite literally just buff all of the numbers and like change like 1 or 2 things. And you would be so fine. Like, you'd be so fucking like just perfect. So I agree that the passive could be buffed. I don't think the passive needs to be like shat upon like it's the worst thing in the world. I also don't think that it needs to absolutely replace a mod slot in the build. We've noticed that a lot of modern passives kind of do that. a good example is like Kome's passive replaces an entire arcane, right? Like the arcane secondary encumber is completely made irrelevant by her passive. It stands in this specific spot in her kit. Banshee's passive replaces Hush, the augment mod. Sight's passive replaces crit chance for like all primary weapons. Like any weapon that gets precision damage, 300% crit chance is just insane. You know what I mean? So like realistically, when it comes to like certain warframes having like certain passives or whatnot, like a lot of the passives replace like a mod. I think Dante replaces like codex scanners and then gives you status chance, like just straight up crazy status chance. Like some of them are just really goated. If we're in the conversation talking zone about Equinox, replacing Equilibrium outright is kind of a bad balance move because Equinox is already a very affordable and energy efficient warframe. So because she's so affordable and energy efficient, running a setup like this is already like going to be more than good enough. You don't need to do anything crazy. If I were to swap this Equilibrium out entirely because I have that extra mod slot, in theory, that's like, oh, you're giving her mod space so that she can do more things, which is a thing that we will talk about with Equinox. Equinox has mod slot syndrome, but getting rid of this one, I feel like, is maybe a bit too far because, like, realistically, the mod slots that she's struggling for are going to be like the mod slot competition you have is actually more in the augment slot than anything. Like, I would love to have like 2 or 3 augments at a time with Equinox. And you kind of aren't able to. Like, I really would put duality on this build if I could afford it. I just can't. So, kind of a gray area for me. I think that you could buff this to be like 50% or 25%, and it would be fine. But I also think that something else can be done with this passive, but I don't think that the passive itself is outright bad. You know, I think that the passive is fine, it's just, again, outdated, but we can move on.
So Self can switch between forms with her first ability, Metamorphosis, granting buffs and changing how her other 3 abilities behave. To sum up those 2 forms then, switching to Night form grants a small amount of shields and a small amount of armor. The tank difference is basically unnoticeable and decays over time, dissipating down to nothing. You gain access to Rest, to put small clusters of enemies instantly to sleep at long range, Pacify, to reduce the damage dealt by enemies within an aura, at the cost of energy over time per enemy, and Mend, to grant shields to you and any ally who gets a kill or assist within range. Mend will also charge up base enemies that die within range. When you turn off Mend, it will heal you and your team for 75% of all health and shields lost by enemies within the aura. Unless you're in a really low-level mission, this is basically a full team heal after 1 or 2 kills.
He does kind of a poor job explaining what the 4th ability does. So, to make it really, like, absolutely clear what happens when an enemy dies, their health and shield value of that unit when that enemy dies in your radius, regardless if it is killed by you, a companion, an ally, anything of that nature, if an enemy dies in range of your 4 and it's active, 75% of their health and shield value gets basically absorbed and stored. So if I just grab like a singular butcher here, right? I have my 4th ability on. When this guy dies, the number that pops up right here, 42.2 thousand, that number is based on this guy's health bar, this guy's health pool. And when I press the ability to detonate, it releases that damage stored in an AoE. It also obviously did a bunch of damage to everything around. There's a little bit more that goes into it, but the same is true for Night form, where when you press your 4th ability and you kill an enemy with it, just gonna, oh, I should have. When that enemy dies, you can see it's the same value, 42.2 thousand. When I press this ability to release it, that will do a full health and shield restore. That number is not divided amongst your teammates. It is that number per teammate that gets hit. And like he said, at basically any level above, like level 10 or 20, 1 or 2 enemies will be a full health and shield restore for pretty much your entire team. The only Warframes that will ever be able to take advantage of this amount of healing from Night form is Araxia with like a Nidus, like a pet Nidus with the augment. It's absolutely insane as a heal tool, and realistically, the Night health multiplier could be something as low as 1% conversion, and it would still be more than good enough to heal. There is kind of no reason for it to be such a strong value, because Mend itself is such a good shield restore tool. Every time you get a kill, you also restore some shields, and you don't even have to be the one to get the kills, as long as, again, an enemy dies in range. It could be from you, a companion, an ally. If your 4th ability is up, and an enemy dies in range on Mend, then you're going to be getting shield restore. That's just really, really valuable, because this also has no line of sight, and it can go through walls. So I can be standing here, and my teammates can be over here getting kills. And as long as the floor looks shimmery like this, you can kind of see the shimmering effect on the floor here. As long as that's up and an enemy dies, the whole team gets shield restore. Very, very powerful shit. So he does a little bit of a poor job explaining it. I don't know how you explain it. He's doing a rapid fire, so I don't know how you do that quickly, but I felt like that should probably be clarified. But I don't know.
Day form grants a small damage buff and speed enhancement, which again...
he's doing like a summary, which is very different from like going ability by ability. So it's a little bit fair that he's just kind of speedrunning it, and he'll go into greater detail later, but I didn't like the summary was like a little missing info. It could be a bit confusing if you're just watching this at a cursory glance, right? You don't know anything about Equinox, you watch this,
over time down to nothing. You gain access to Rage, to make small clusters of enemies at range move and act faster, but also take more damage. Provoke, to provide a strength buff to you and allies in the aura at the cost of energy with each buff cast. And Main, to deal a tiny amount of slash damage with slash proc to enemies in range, while again building up charge from enemies dying in the aura. Disable Main, to turn the stored charge into a nuke with no line of sight limitation. The reason I'm calling out these sets of features so broadly up front is that you almost cannot cross them over between forms. While in Night form, you cannot gain the strength buff of Provoke, no matter how useful it'll be to pacify or to mend. Any previously raged enemies will remain raged, and you can equip an ornament to keep the charge from Maim when you switch to Night form and mend. If Provoke was active on switching, it'll apply the strength bonus to Metamorphosis, granting you at most an extra 200 armor and 120 shields, but Provoke will turn off as you switch. While in Day form, you cannot gain the defensive benefits of Pacify, and in fact have no innate defensive option at all. Any previously stepped enemies will remain unconscious, and the same energy transfer ornament from Night form can still maintain your charge on your 4th in Day form. As there's no way to keep Pacify and Provoke up when switching forms, the ornament Peaceful Provocation will lose all built-up charge each time you switch. All the extra strength or all the slowing effect will be lost. So really then, it's best to see what Equinox can do in each of her separate forms. In Night form...
So, the comment that it's better to see what Equinox can do in each of the separate forms is where I personally disagree. Equinox, when you get to really like understand and work with her kit, and you start to really figure out and get the flow of Equinox, right? You really get in, you get dialed in for Equinox, right? Her gameplay really does shine when you are swapping between forms. When you are going back and forth from night and day form, and you get this really nice rhythm going, and you get this very fluid kind of gameplay back and forth, you start to appreciate the night form a lot more for what it is as a defensive form to be in before you're swapping back over to day form to deal your big nuke damage. Now, there's a couple things about Equinox's base kit that make it a little bit... what's the word I'm looking for? There's things about Equinox's base kit that are objectively weak, right? There are objectively weak parts of her kit. Specifically, Pacify, the third ability in Night form, is an objectively weak ability. There's a lot of things that are wrong with this. There's a lot of things about this that need a lot of help. There's just like a lot of flaws with this ability, right? That being said, you can still appreciate being able to occasionally use this when in Night form if you're actively playing a swapping focused Equinox. So this build that I'm running, that I have in front of you guys, is my swapping focused Equinox. This Equinox typically runs Moderai for comfort, which gives you access to an extra mod slot. Basically, you can change your aura mod to be whatever you want. There's a lot of great options. Doesn't really matter. Blah, 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 blah. This is a Moderai Equinox, and the purpose of the Moderai Equinox is very simple. We are taking advantage of the fact that when you get into this really cozy cycle with Equinox, there's like a cycle that you can kind of get into. We will just do that to activate growing power. You get into this cycle, and you can you can chill, basically, in night form. You can chill, and you can do night form things. And you're basically immortal while you do this, because while you're sitting here chilling around in night form, you're generating so much shields, and you're so defensive that you're never going to die. And then when your daytime buff is about to run out for Roar, you can just swap back over to daytime. You drop your nuke, you cast Roar, and you go right back into nighttime. And you just kind of have this very back and forth gameplay where you're getting the benefit of like having a really strong Roar percent, but on top of having a really strong Roar percent, you're getting the bonus survivability of being in night form. Now, there are other subsumes to use aside from Roar. You don't need to always play like this. You can get away with something that's way spam heavier with like Ripe on it. I use Tempest Barrage whenever I do like area denial or area control setups instead, right? So Tempest Barrage, I can spam the shit out of this, and it basically negates the need for something like Armor Strip. There are some people who go for the Armor Strip on Equinox because it's like it's a little bit easier, it's a little bit simpler. You can go with something like Pillage subsume, and that kind of allows you to stay in day form because you can shield gate a little bit more effectively. But I find the Pillage build to be, again, very limited because you're not playing in that defensive night form. Having access to that night form all the time is just so defensive, and it's so like you'll never die. You'll never die, mostly because while your night form is active and this fourth ability is on, all it takes is one person in your team to get a kill. That's all it takes. One person in your team gets a kill, and you're fine. Because you're going to be restoring so many shields. You have such a high strength value from Moderai. You have a high strength value from your third ability. You have high strength value from growing power, blah, blah, blah. That when you swap over and you cast your 4 with this strength buff active, you're just going to get so many shields per kill that you just can't die. You really can't, even if you try. So the gameplay of Equinox when you're playing a swap-focused build and you're going back and forth from night to day form is way more effective, way more cohesive, and it's also just a lot more fun. It is more satisfying. There are just so many good reasons to play a swapping-focused Equinox rather than one that is only built for day form or only built for night form. That's kind of where Equinox as like a Warframe culture phenomenon is like so frustrating for a lot of Equinox players. Like, any Warframe build I can think of is somebody's either shooting off fireworks or they're doing construction work or I don't know what the fuck they're doing. The fuck are they doing? Anyways, people who play a lot of Equinox, right? My Equinox players out there probably all are in agreement that day form only builds suck. Day only builds and night only builds are quite literally playing with half of the tools. Lol, I just looked at chat. Lamau. Day only builds and night only builds are quite literally only playing with half of the things that the frame is capable of. Now, despite that, it would also be disingenuous for me to say that I don't get it. Most of Warframe can be boiled down to kill everything as quickly as possible. 90% of Warframe, in fact, can be boiled down to, but if I kill everything, then it can't damage me. because that's just the arguments that everybody's so used to hearing. However, the benefit of Equinox is that she does just give you everything that you want a frame to have. You don't want to die and you want to have defensive utility. Equinox does that. You want to deal damage and you want to have crowd control so that it's easier to deal damage and you have more space to do that. Equinox does that. By only focusing on one half of the kit, which is the damage dealing part, you're shooting yourself in the foot and you need to invest more into defensive gameplay. When I'm in a day forum and I complain you have no survivability, I mean, yeah, pretty much, right? Like if you overinvest in dealing damage and room clearing, which Equinox is incredibly proficient at, of course Equinox is going to feel like a glass cannon and she's going to feel squishy. She's not. She is borderline unkillable so long as you know what the fuck you're doing. Concept, the reason you see slammers is because you play Cascade, so...
Rest is an incredibly great ability. She can spam cast it to put clusters of both enemies and beasts to sleep, well suited for stealth takedowns and perfect animal captures. The ability will prevent you casting it unless it would actually affect an enemy, meaning you can't waste the energy. The very long cast distance, speedy cast time, and small but serviceable AoE going through walls and terrain makes for a reliable sleep tool.
These are all just objectively true.
Its biggest downsides are its base AoE and its wake-up threshold. The AoE is only 5 meters, meaning you will want to stack a bunch of range to cover more than tiny groups at a time. This tiny radius is also shared by its augment, Calm and Frenzy, which would spread the effect enemies within that radius on killing an affected foe. Here's the problem. If you put a cluster of enemies to sleep, they stop moving. The likelihood of many enemies then wandering into that same space is very low in missions with wide angles of approach, so you'd be unlikely to catch many enemies that weren't already in the initial cast.
110% objectively true criticism. Everything that he has clarified about this ability so far, literally fucking nail on the head. Like, absolutely nailed it. Perfect summary of what this ability is great at, because it is great, and what this ability and the augment have hard limitations. I mean, like, these are perfectly valid, relatable, understandable criticisms. This is very well informed. This, to me, when I watch a video by, like, if I were to watch this video by Nightmare Frame, or, like, by a slop tuber, like, if I were to watch this from fucking Brozyme, glossed over, he wouldn't even fucking, the ability's bad, or, the ability's okay, I guess. There would be no depth like this. This is what I appreciate about Kenji. This is a great, absolutely perfect way to describe what the two does, what it's good at, and what it's bad. The augment doesn't make much sense. It does, but it's so niche and specific when you get to take advantage of it. If you rest a guy and he stops moving... the thing is, right, if you sleep a guy and they stop moving and more enemies move in, and you kill that enemy and then those enemies sleep, that's like the idea. So the idea, right, let me draw you like a... I'm going to draw you a diagram here to kind of make it make sense. Why would they? I don't make sense. That's stupid. Let me kind of, I'll paint you a picture. Literally paint you a picture. Let me just do this so I don't blind you with MS Paint. Bonk. There we go. Okay. So let's basically say that you are defending this room here, right? This is the room that you're defending. And in front of this room, you've got a hallway, and this is basically your choke point, right? Enemies are going to be spawning in rooms around this area, and they are going to be funneling into this hallway here, and this is your choke point where you're killing enemies, right? So this is your kill point right here. The point of having Rest and Rage augment is that if you activate and sleep enemies right here, right? This is your choke point. You sleep enemies here. The sleep effect will basically stay in this area. This allows you to get the enemies to go into where you want them to go, but to not approach beyond this point. So it basically makes a wall, a hard line, that stops the enemies. Now, in practice, the problem you're going to run into actually has to do with line of sight. So let's say, for example, that your choke point looks like this. The enemies are coming from all these angles, from these adjacent rooms, blah, blah, blah. And the problem is that your line of sight into this area is only this, right? This is what you can see into the room. from the choke point. What probably is going to happen is, let's say you sleep an enemy right here in this choke point. Well, here they're going to sleep enemies in a radius like this, right? And what's going to happen is these enemies here are going to get stuck, and they're not going to wake up until after the ability is done. So in theory, the rest augment has this really insane utility where it's like, oh, all of the enemies are going to get stuck at this choke point, and they're going to cluster up really nicely here. The problem is that this circle itself bleeds out into areas that you don't have line of sight of because it is a circle, right? I can't see over here, and I can't see over here. And so your line of sight gets heavily reduced, and the amount of enemies that pile up in this puddle get kind of bigger and bigger until eventually it forces you to come from this area, from the area that you're holding. It forces you to come there and kind of clear these enemies out so that you can resume your choke point. So what ends up happening is that most of the time you would much rather, instead of having the ideal wall of like, oh, a sleep barrier here, or, you know, here or something, instead of doing that, it's much more preferable to have a literal defensive barrier like a frost snow globe bubble or a volt shield here that just stops the damage from coming through. And you would much rather have a speed buff to bring enemies into this choke point faster from farther away, like Nova's fourth ability. So it's a yes and no kind of situation where, like, it's bad because oh, that's not what I wanted. There we go. It's a yes and no situation because it's bad in the sense that, like, oh, you're not getting the crowd control that you want because enemies are going to kind of get slept outside of the line of sight, and so you kind of have to move to them anyways. And also, like he describes, enemies don't typically walk into sleeping enemies already in wide-angle missions like exterminates or spy missions or other places where you're using this as a stealth tool. Now, this is also ignoring the other half of the ability, which is why I said it's kind of not a good idea to talk about these abilities when they're separated like this, because realistically what you're using this augment for is more to spread the effect of rage. Spreading rage is way more valuable, especially in a survival mission where you just don't really care, like, oh, I don't really care if the enemies are falling outside of my line of sight because I'm always going to be moving, right? I'm always going to be going from this spot to that spot to this spot to that spot, this way, that way, that way, that way. So it doesn't really matter. As long as the effect is spreading and as long as the enemies are close enough proximity to continuously be re-affected by rage, you don't really care so much. So that's kind of why Common Frenzy, when he talks about it in this, it's like, oh yeah, on stealth mode, it's really kind of shit. But on day form, it's actually pretty decent. You see why you can't really talk about Equinox's abilities when they're split into two parts like this. Now, he does do an excellent job explaining, like, again, here's the problems with this ability, here's where it's good, here's where it's bad. He talks about the sleep threshold, and he talks about the fact that when enemies wake up, they fall to the floor first and then wake up, so they don't immediately wake up, giving you some time to react. That is, again, fine, but there's bugs with that, because when they get knocked down like that, they go into a ragdoll state, and it basically makes AoE weapons useless against them, because they get fucking flung into outer space instead of you being able to kill them. So, like, you just can't talk about these abilities separate. Like Rest and Rage are both affected by this augment, so they both interact with it very differently.
On the other hand, casting it at choke points will likely extend the effect, but it'll extend to enemies far enough out of both line of sight and your kill box to only slow down their approach to you.
Pretty much, right? That's what we just discussed.
Enemies with no concern for kill boxes are the same missions where enemies are largely too static and spread out for this to be valuable.
Right.
As for the wake-up threshold, it just means that enemies will wake up from rest if reduced below 50% of their hit points on sleeping. They'll need to get up from the floor, and that takes long.
A small asterisk, minor correction, doesn't really matter. They wake up from 50% of their current HP. So if they have 500 HP when you cast the ability, then at 250 they wake up. Now, if you recast the ability when they're at 250 HP, then at 125 they're going to wake up. So it's current HP, not minor asterisk, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter, really.
If you're quick at killing them. but should you accidentally damage some enemies enough without killing them, you'll end the effect early and can be surprised by an attack from an enemy you thought was incapacitated. It's not a big deal, so again, Rest is a pretty good ability. Naturally, as Rest is a crowd control ability, it has no effect on overguarded enemies, no effect on bosses, and can be resisted by some other...
You can also just see how chill he is for this mission. Like, he has no worries in the world. He has a maxed out stealth bonus, despite him literally running around. Now, obviously, he has invisibility going on, but the maxed out stealth bonus, like, you cannot overstate how valuable this is for, like, certain, well, old farms just used to be really meta. Nowadays, we have other ways to get maxed out stealth bonus, but back in the day, this used to be, like, the method that people did for focus farming, back when, like, lens daily cap was a thing, before they introduced, like, other ways to farm focus. The OG focus farm was Equinox stealth kills on Adaro, so it's kind of funny to see him running this.
Pacify is another useful defensive tool. It creates a damage softening aura around Equinox.
See, and I have a minor gripe with this as well, which is that he said Pacify is useful. Just incorrect, but that's okay.
For higher strength, it'll reduce the damage enemies are dealing, first by halving their damage, and then dividing their damage by your strength. The unique nature of reducing enemy damage, rather than resisting it, means this protects hit point pools you normally couldn't. Whether for Overguard or some objectives like in Mirror Defense, you effectively apply a multiplier to those hit points. Pacify does come with a few serious downsides, however. First,
so, to kind of clarify what he's saying, because this is not a damage reduction ability, things that are not normally affected by damage reduction are able to take advantage of this ability and still receive less damage. This is a good and bad thing. This is a good and bad thing. Oh, I did not mean to hit that button. So, let me give you an example really quickly for Trinity. Trinity actually has a problem. And that problem for Trinity is that there are certain builds that utilize the third ability for damage redirection in order to kill enemies. And that's because this damage redirection percent is actually fairly high, and enemies deal a lot of damage. So at certain levels, specifically like level cap territory, if you're utilizing tank Trinity, which Trinity can very easily tank level cap. I don't know why I have this. I have the other tank Trinity here. Tank Trinity. Blue Trinity. There we go. This tank Trinity here, who absolutely just shits all over level cap and can't die, right? You literally can't die. If you are to reduce the damage that this enemy does for somebody like Trinity, or for somebody like Garuda, or for somebody like Chroma, right? You are actually weakening their ability to reflect damage, because you are multiplying the enemy's damage in the opposite direction from what they want. They would rather the enemies deal more damage, because they're tanking it anyways, or they're damage reflecting it anyways. They don't really give a shit. They would rather deal the damage back to those enemies. You don't really get that benefit. It's also, yeah, like Ammo said, good and bad for Rhino. Or it needs to be active at the right time to not ruin the 3 seconds of Iron Skin. Yeah, it's one of those things where this can actually end up being hurtful to a large portion of your teammates. There is, in fact, an issue that I was running into, which is one of the shield blocking things. I don't remember which one it was. I'm trying to remember. Basically, whilst blocking, or whilst utilizing, I forget what it was, some form of DR that I was using was basically reducing the amount of damage that Trinity's Link did. And I'm trying to fucking remember what it was. I really can't for the life of me. But basically it was like, whilst I was blocking, or whilst I was getting this damage reduction, my Trinity Link was way worse, to the point where it wasn't really doing what I wanted it to do, which was softening enemies or even killing them in those high levels. And I had to not be using that form of damage reduction or shield or whatever. I can't remember what it was. I had to not be using it, or else I wouldn't kill the enemies effectively. Akenbrun augment? Maybe. Maybe. It was either that or it was something else that was like I was fucking with. I was messing with something. But it's probably Akenbrun. But the TLDR is that reducing the enemy damage in many instances is not as useful as providing a layer of damage reduction. And also it leads to kind of like weird unintuitive math that you wouldn't expect. So the thing you kind of have to remember about like how enemies deal damage to us and like what it means when we take damage is they don't deal damage values like we do. They have different base damage values, and then they have these multipliers that are applied after the fact. So I believe at level cap, the effective damage multiplier is something like 23,000x damage, or like 28,000 times damage or something. And most of the enemies' damage disparities comes from the fact that like some attacks have a base damage of like 3, and other attacks have a base damage of like 12. And obviously the damage multiplication difference between those, when you have this high multiplier, will become very great, right? I think it's like 23,000 or like 70,000, some ridiculous number damage multiplier, right? Even if I were to multiply the damage by a reduced 90%, you could think of it as a 0.1x multiplier. But if you multiply those two numbers together, that's 70,000 whatever, and that's 0.1. 23,934? Yeah, there you go. 23,934x damage. That sounds correct. If you're to multiply that against the 0.1x, it's basically not going to make a fucking difference. You're still going to take ooga booga amounts of damage, right? So the problem with reducing the enemy's damage by some arbitrary multiplier is that you're weakening things like reflection builds and damage redirection builds and damage absorption builds. And you're also not making a difference on the actual survivability for most enemies after a certain point. Now, before that point, and before the damage gets to that scaling point, you could say anything under level 500, the damage multiplier will probably make enough of a difference, right? And effectively, you can consider it for most frames that aren't something like Rhino or whatever. You can consider that damage multiplier to basically be another layer of damage reduction, right? So like this 0.19x damage, right? This is a fairly high strength build, and it's 0.2, so 80% damage reduction. It's not bad. Well,
To effectively apply a multiplier to those hit points. Pacify does come with a few serious downsides, however. First is that it costs energy over time for each enemy in the aura. This cost is limitless, scaling up for each additional enemy affected. Despite the ability card suggesting it's a one-off cost, you will be continuously drained. Unaffected enemies like those...
So, the ability card doesn't really say anything like that. It just says energy per enemy. I do actually think that this could probably be resolved if it was a flat cast of, like, once you hit the enemy a single time, that's the amount of energy it drains. And that's it. It doesn't drain it channel like that anymore. Actually, that's not a terrible idea. I thought about a couple different things for this. I thought about changing this to like just a flat damage reduction. And then making it so that there's an enemy cap, so it's kind of like Gloom, where instead of a slow cap and a slow percent, it's just a damage reduction and a whatever. But I mean, the idea of this costing energy once per enemy, regardless of whether it's on or off, I actually kind of like that idea. That's not a terrible idea. So, I mean, it's kind of funny that he read it that way, because I definitely didn't. I did not read the ability that way. But after he said it, I'm like, well, that's a really good idea for how that ability should function. Because I didn't read it that way, but now that I think about it, that would make a lot more sense and would be a lot better. So, kind of funny, but yeah. The energy economy on this is fucking horrendous. And he also showed in the video, like, a max efficiency build. Do I have my other Equinox as, like, a empty config? I think I think I can show it on you. No. No, I don't. I don't have... Whatever. It doesn't matter. A max efficiency Equinox with, again, this handful of enemies is draining energy fairly fast. This is like the drain you would expect on a base ability. It also doesn't say anything about the damage reduction circles either. Yeah, that's another can of worms that we could get into. There's a lot of issues with this ability. There's a lot.
Second is that the damage reduction falls off over distance. Close enemies receive the full effect, but it steps down at greater distances to a minimum of 50% effective. Thirdly, it has no effect on over...
if I'm not mistaken, it steps off to a distance of 1/4 effective. If I remember correctly, it is 1/4 effectiveness at the final range ring. So, yeah. 20 to 50. Oh, it is 50. Okay. No, 100% to 50%. Okay. I was wrong. I thought it was, oh, no, the range is 1/4 of each of the thing. Yeah, never mind. The rings are 1/4. The outer ring is 50% effectiveness. Never mind. He was correct. I was wrong.
With regarded enemies. Despite the base ability having no crowd control, that special layer will prevent your protection from applying. Pacify's Augment will apply a secondary effect to the ability to slow enemies in the aura, though it only works after charging up by having you or allies take damage inside the aura. With 200% strength, this hits maximum slow of 80% when fully charged up by receiving plenty damage. This does not charge quickly, especially if you're trying to avoid taking damage by using the ability in the first place. Lastly is Mend, applying a shield restoration aura.
So, he kind of goes over like Peaceful Provocation, specifically the Pacify portion of this, which is that it converts the damage done to allies into a slowing aura around you. That slowing aura, he kind of mentions it briefly and then kind of glosses over it. It takes an obscene amount of damage to charge up and also doesn't charge when you're shield gating. So if I were to run a shield gate build, let me just turn their AI on, but get rid of this companion because this companion's going to crowd control them. TLDR, right? I'm going to stand here. This guy's going to wail on me. It would stop charging right now. It would not be charging. It would not be charging right up until my number starts decreasing again. Then it charges, and then it would stop again. Until I start taking actual damage. Whether that's red health damage or shield damage, doesn't matter. But that's really problematic for somebody like Equinox, because Equinox is a shield gate-oriented frame with her 4th ability. Equinox should be shield gating very frequently. This 4th ability being active basically means that you should always be shield gating. Shield restored a little bit. And I'm going to be shield gating again, right? So, obviously, in like a high KPM environment with high strength and with high whatever, you're going to be shield gating. Not having access to be able to build up the 3 whilst shield gate is active is a huge negative. And on top of all of that, to kind of also like further make this worse, the slow doesn't start at 40% and build up to 80. It starts at 0. So, if I really quickly have my 3 on, let this guy hit me. You can see up at the top, it's building up very gradually. And you can see it stops building when my shield gate is active because I wasn't actually taking damage. And it builds really slow. Now, obviously, I only have 1 health bar to build. But this is pretty fucking abysmal. This is really bad. Also, something that he didn't really mention is that as you slow the enemy down, you get a lower DPS as well. So, you're also able to build a lot worse. There are just a lot of problems with this. Like a lot of problems with this 3rd ability. This slow is just insufferable to build up. And you have to take oodles of damage. And I do mean oodles. Constantly. So this could do with some serious love. Like some serious love. Now, obviously the effect is again mitigated when you have teammates because your teammates can absorb damage for you. And so they can kind of help make it, you know, better. Obviously the idea is that you don't want to be taking damage anyways, so as this slows, it'll end up kind of becoming so effective at reducing enemy DPS that, like, you'll just be chilling. But again, notice that like this is one enemy, right? If I am reducing just a regular battle group of enemies, look at how quick my energy is draining. Now, if I go and I kill some enemies real quick, and I get myself some, you know, shield restore going on, I'm already out of energy. I'm out of energy. And not only am I out of energy, but my 3 has reset entirely. It's completely reset. And I have to build it up really slowly again. So, a lot of issues with this third ability. And like a lot of issues. Just a ridiculous amount of issues if we're being so fucking for real right now. Counterintuitive design. It's very counterintuitive. It just doesn't work for her kit. And again, if you lose the ability at any point in time, if you get nullified, if you get whatever, you have to start all over again. This damage multiplier is not good enough to justify that. Like a 50% damage reduction and an 80% slow is just not good enough to justify it. So there's a lot of problems. And it scales with range, and it has this issue.
Quickly, especially if you're trying to avoid
really
taking damage
bad
by using the ability in the first place. Lastly is Mend, applying a shield restoration aura on killing or assisting on killing enemies in the aura.
Again, this is like a weird thing that he mentioned this in the fort, where it's like, if you kill or get a kill assist. No, if the enemy dies in range, you don't have to be involved at all. If your teammates get kills, then it also counts. You also have to restart again when switching forms too. Yeah, that's another big thing, is that the ability turns off when you switch forms, which is not useful.
Shields, but it will extend into overshields too. This ability has a fixed energy drain based on your casting stats. Enemies killed in this aura confer 75% of the shields and health lost in the aura to Mend's charge. When you uncast it, every ally within range will receive shields and health as needed, up to max, shared from the pool of hit points stored. Warframes, companions, specters, anything on your side that could be healed.
Okay, the UI for Mend and Maim is a little bit confusing. The number you see when you kill an enemy is the enemy's full health. You get 75% of it when you deactivate or activate the ability, to kind of clarify, because it is a little bit confusing.
All defense objectives will only receive a small amount of healing over time, and mirror defense objectives get nothing at all. Once again, there are downsides. There's no refund on excess charge on uncasting. Saving of 1 million healing will still only bring you to full health and shields, not more, with the rest just loss.
Yes.
The ability being a channel will disable energy over time restoration, like Energy Nexus and Xeneric Wellspring.
Also,
switching
just,
form
you know,
without the energy
as
transformer
it is,
will lose all stored charge for nothing. So overall in Night form you have a hard control ability with optional short range spreading, a damage mitigation ability with optional slowing, and a double stacked healing ability. For Day form, Rage is all about ramping up the lethality of the mission. Enemies afflicted with Rage move faster, act and shoot faster, but also die faster from the damage vulnerability. This has no strength cap on it, so you can make enemies as fast and vulnerable as you can manage. Unlike Nova's ability to speed up an entire room, though with a flat 100% damage vulnerability, Rage is targeted on a tight cluster of enemies, just like with Rest. Once again, the augment is hamstrung by how the ability works. If the enemies are moving faster, they'll move away from slower, unaffected enemies, and make it harder for the very small radius of frenzy to spread. Once again, Overguard blocks the effect.
Yes and no. If you're moving through a room, the enemies tend to, like, run with you. Or, like, if you're blowing up enemies and you stun them, the stun will basically kind of keep things in, you know what I mean? So it's like, yes and no. I would say the augment is much better in Day form than it is in Night form, objectively. I think that, the enemies moving around, they have such a higher chance to spread up. You also can group enemies a lot easier. And, again, when you're moving around, right? Moving around is the key thing. The augment tends to do a lot more work for you than when you are stationary. But he is still correct. The base range is kind of the hard thing. And, like, yeah, the fact that the augment shares that same base range is also, like, really shit. I think the base range of the two just needs to come up, but, you know.
You cannot make Overguarded or other immune enemies take more damage this way, but also cannot make them faster. With Provoke, it's entirely a strength buff. For yourself, this is just bad. The strength is capped at 50% at base, or 80% with the Peaceful Provocation augment fully charged. That's 25 to 40% more damage vulnerability, and 10 to 16% more speed buff to raged enemies. On Maim, it's even less effective, as the strength only modifies the base damage of the ability, a paltry 75 to 120 extra damage.
Yes and no. Strength is always good on Equinox no matter what you do. Both Day and Night form appreciate strength. Let's just make that super fucking clear. For Equinox, I clicked the wrong Equinox. For Equinox, it doesn't matter what you're doing. you want strength on Equinox. Your first ability when you swap cares about it, although the first ability has its own issues. I'm not going to sit here and lie to you and say it doesn't. The second ability cares about it, right, for the damage multiplier. Your third and fourth ability, your third you're not able to take advantage of it, but your fourth ability you are. If you cast your 3 before you cast your fourth ability, and you have the energy transfer augment, you conserve that charge. So this is one of those things where if you're looking at these abilities through only day form, is the third ability super great on your second? No, not really, because like you said, the values aren't really that big. However, if I use my fourth ability, right, and I swap forms over to night form, I'm carrying that strength buff on this fourth ability right now, on night form, which is where I really want that strength buff to be, because that's going to make me get more shields when I kill enemies. Way, way valuable, right? Way important. So part of the reason this 3 is so good is because you can use it on your fourth ability for day and night form with that augment, so you get the benefit of that. Now, I do think that he makes a solid point. Hey, it's not really that great for your 2 and for your 1. However, the 1 should be changed to have the duration removed and to just always have its benefit. You still get that benefit when you're swapping over, even though it decays. And a benefit in strength is still like a strength increase. Like 50% strength is still 50% strength. You are only getting 25% extra damage vulnerability. That's still a lot. Like, hello? The speed increase going up 10% is still a lot. We're talking about speeding enemies up, right? Like, these are still changes. These are valid changes. You can't just say like, oh yeah, it's just whatever. Like, no, those are still really valuable for you. Still really, really important. You can still utilize this strength, right? It's not completely useless on Equinox. Equinox does care about strength. Equinox uses strength quite a lot. There's a reason that a lot of my Equinox builds have like ooga booga strength. Look at how many shields I get, right? 93 shields. And I'm not even doing like the full stack, like, you know, growing power, augmented, like whatever. Like 93 shields per kill. Right? Before strength stacking. Add another 100% strength to this, and I'm getting over 100 shields per kill. 110 something shields per kill. That's a lot of shields per kill. And again, anybody in range, myself does it, whatever, teammates do it, whatever. Strength is good. Strength good. Strength also goes to your allies. I'm sure he's going to mention it. I'm certain he's going to mention it. Because duh. But giving strength to your allies, 50% strength to your friends is like not a bad thing. Now, something that he did point out that I actually do want to point out to all of you guys in chat is that the extra strength you get from the augment is really bad for yourself. If you think about it, you can use this augment to give yourself 30, or you can use any other mod slot to give yourself more than 30. Right? This is 30, but it's also 30 for your allies. This can be more than 30, but not for your allies. So think of peaceful provocation like that when it comes to day form. If you really, really care about buffing your allies with power strength so much, then yeah, you're going to want to use the augment. If you kind of don't give a shit about them and you don't care, then use something that's going to literally give you a bigger strength number than 30. Anything that is more than 30 is better here. You could even go as far as to use the, what's it called? Precision Intensify for 11. Where is it? Precision. Paprika. Where the fuck is Precision Intensify? I don't know why I'm looking. Precision Intensify. You can even do this and get a lot more on your 4 here. And you get more value out of this, right? So, keep that in mind. Like, I don't know where my number... Oh, whatever, doesn't matter. I know where the number went, doesn't matter. Strength is good for Equinox. Might as well just use Augur Secrets. Well, Augur Secrets is 24, but it's 7 capacity, so you're trading some capacity for some whatever, you know, back and forth. Choices to make. You can make a lot of choices there. But the point is that, like, oh, 30% power strength, you know, for your allies. Maybe they don't care, maybe they do. Maybe you're running with people who depend on power strength a shit ton, and that's going to make a huge difference to them.
While the strength buff doesn't fall off with range like Pacify's damage reduction does, it'll still cost a base 3 additional energy for each ability you or your allies cast with the buff, and it is largely providing you with very little for the cost. Outside of choice subsumes, Dayform has very little reason to be using this kind of a strength buff.
Again, not true. Not true because it affects your 2 and your 1, and it affects your 4 when you're swapping forms and you're using the augment. So you have to play with these other abilities in mind. You cannot be like, oh, well, it's bad for Dayform because it doesn't affect the nuke. Okay. You don't fucking care about it for the nuke. You care about it for the other abilities that you can get the benefit out of, so.
But then, after a restricted damage vulnerability effect and a largely unhelpful strength boost, we have the core feature of Dayform, Maim itself. All the health and shield hit points lost by enemies while in the aura are tracked, and when the enemy dies anywhere by any means, 75% of those hit points are added to the main pool. Overguard hit points do not.
Why does he clarify that for the day form but not for the night form? Anyways.
When the enemy dies anywhere by any means, 75% of those hit points are added to the main pool. Overguard hit points do not count. On Dispelling Maim, the stored damage is released as pure slash to every target within the aura. The damage isn't split between them, but it does respect armor and faction modifiers like to infest it, and it falls off over the ability range down to 0 damage at the edge. As 75% of an enemy's hit points are stored, killing one enemy will usually not grant enough charge to kill other matching enemies with the nuke. A weakness to slash, applied viral procs, or a damage vulnerability effect can change that, but usually only on a target-by-target basis. Combined with the fall-off, you usually require a few kills at the same level of hit points to take down matching targets within most of your aura. Many factions have devastating resistances to this. Ancient Disruptors will resist most of the damage due to it being ability damage. Grineer and Scoldra, with their very high armor values, will block up to 90% of the damage dealt. That means to kill a Grineer unit at 50% of your ability range and full armor, you need to have charged up on 27 kills of a matching unit for it to be lethal. You can mitigate this with armor removal options. The easiest of all of them is Corrosive Projection. This aura will reduce enemy armor by 18% per player who has one equipped, additive with other non-proc armor reductions. Alone, that reduces the matching kills to lethal at 50% range from 27 to 15. With more players in the aura, it goes down to 10, then 7, then 6, where no armor at all would need just 3 matching enemies killed. A full squad of Corrosive Projection then is very good news for Equinox, making Maim lethal over longer distances far more quickly. As Xmas units come with a huge hit point pool compared to normal enemies.
Yes and no. So, something we talk about, right? When we talk about Equinox, the amount of value you get out of each of your multipliers is going to vary drastically. Corrosive Projection is very good for Equinox because you're reducing the amount of armor. That's true. However, something else that's really good for Equinox is just picking your targets correctly. So, let me really quickly pause the AI on these guys. Which of these targets should I kill in order to kill the majority of enemies here? Right? What should I be focusing on? Because I'm going to tell you right now, I'm not going to focus on these butchers in the back. If I kill a butcher here, even with Roar active, there we go. Even with Roar active, if I detonate this 4, these guys are going to take fucking no damage. I was right next to this heavy gunner, and he's basically still full health. These guys took, like, less than no damage. They took nothing. And I have Roar active, which multiplies the damage that I just dealt. It did nothing, right? You always want to... I'm going to use Roar again, just to keep it consistent. You're going to want to focus on killing the targets that have really big HP values. I am stupid and didn't have the thing. Actually, that's my bad. There we go. That's going to clear out enemies way more effectively. And while these heavy units are still going to be around because I didn't, prime them or do anything crazy to them, a lot more damage got distributed to all these guys. Like, objectively, right? So, if you are much more deliberate and you target, for example, Xmas units, let's replace the 2 heavy gunners with Xmas unit. Xmas... Corrupted Bombard Xmas is fine. Actually, let's do a heavy gunner Xmas, because heavy gunners have more. Alright, Xmas units. Just do this real quick. Now that I've killed this Xmas unit, I'm so bad at video games. I turned my 4 off again. I'm gonna wait for the procs to run off these guys because they have viral and whatever. I don't want that to kind of screw with it. Although, that's another part of it, is priming and using status procs, but whatever. We can wait. Are they cleared yet? Come on. Goddamn status duration. That was an Xmas unit with, like, no additional procs on them. This is the only guy that lived. Overguard does not count towards the meter. No, Overguard does not count towards the amount of damage. right? One Eximus killed the whole room. So picking your targets more effectively is a lot more important. Now again, I used Roar. Roar buffs the damage. So obviously, if you're measuring the ability with no, those guys wouldn't have died. But they also didn't die when I had Roar with the other guys, so the point still stands, right? Pick your targets more correctly. And also, utilizing statuses is really important. So, for example, I'm going to summon these guys again. And I'm gonna just prime these guys. That's all I'm going to do. They're all primed up with Viral now. If I kill this one Lancer, most of these guys are again going to die. The only people that are going to live are these healthy, tankier units. These guys, they have so much health and overguard they didn't take shit, right? Huge difference. Huge difference. Viral, Prime, and Roar. Everything died except for that guy. Hey, all the heavy units. How the fuck did you not take any damage at all? I guess I must have missed you with the primer. Get damage decoy in there. Get anything in there to, do, statuses, right? Statuses are going to be a huge multiplier there. There's a reason that my Equinox that I was just talking about is a Tempest Barrage Equinox. Viral Tempest gives Corrosive and Viral in a really big AoE. That makes a significant impact to how easy it is to kill these guys. Right? Like a huge impact. I kill this Bombard, the whole room just took 500,000 damage. This is the only guy that didn't really take that much damage. And it's just because Overguard doesn't really affect these two with Corrosive and Viral. Oh, I didn't kill one of them. That's my bad. So, pick your targets correctly, like Eximus using Tristallin's Fortifier makes it pretty bane dead. Yeah, exactly. If you pick your targets correctly and you're utilizing multipliers, you're going to get a lot more value out of Viral Tempest because Corrosive and Viral, right? This damage here that you're getting, this benefit. I'm going to blow these guys to smithereens. Damn, bro, what the fuck? How tanky are you, gang? Damn, son! This guy's tanky as fuck. Alright, well, hold on. I'm just actually gonna... You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna just take advantage of the fact that I have this one Eximus killed, and I'm just gonna reset these guys to make it a little better. There. Now they're not so spread out. Millions of damage. Millions of damage. You know what I mean? From 151,000 damage stored up. And you also get this really nice crowd control effect on your 3. It's just good shit. No matter how you split it. So, I mean... That's kind of why, my Equinox builds, typically I run, very good single-target weapons, right? My Equinox, you'll typically see me run with something like the Vectis. The Vectis doesn't do anything for, clearing crowds, but I don't need to if Equinox's 4th ability does it. So I'm going to pick a high single-target damage... Fuck this one unit, let me blow this guy's cranium off and get a bajillion damage out of it. That's going to give me a lot more value on Equinox because I can specifically target my high value Eximus units that are going to give me a bajillion damage. So,
killing them in the aura is also a very fast way of charging up an effective nuke. The augment energy transfer can be very helpful for main nukes by allowing you to sit in night form most of the time. You build up the charge while using defensive abilities, then swap, nuke, swap when the time is right. It's a little clunky and incompatible with peaceful provocation, but it's the only way.
Incompatible with peaceful provocation, brother. It is the I think he means it doesn't work for peaceful provocation, which it should. But it very much works with it works. You swap, then you use the 3, then you use the 4, and that builds up the peaceful provocation, and then you can swap. I don't know what he means incompatible. I don't know what he means incompatible. That's not correct. But he is absolutely, yes, absolutely, you swap, nuke, swap. Now, the swap, nuke, swap, for those of you who don't know, for Equinox gameplay. This is like the Equinox gameplay I advertised to you guys just a bit ago. Okay. This is the gameplay I advertised to you guys just a little bit ago. You have your third ability, you do your fourth ability. I do Roar, so I buff myself, and then I swap to Night Form. Now that I'm in Night Form, I still have the benefit of my high Roar value. I also have my strong 4 value. So while I'm killing shit, I'm chilling, right? I'm being chilling. I can specifically target whatever I want to target, blah, 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 do my thing. Then, when it's time, when my Roar buff gets low, I swap, use my 3, nuke, do my buff again, and then swap back. And that allows you to basically chill, right? That allows you to do all the shenanigans. That's how my Equinox typically operates. Swap, 3, nuke, and then you're able to cast your 2 again to buff, and then you swap. It's very chill, right? I don't know what he means when he's like, oh, it's incompatible with Priestful Provocation. You use your 3 and then your 4, and it works perfectly fine. So, like, I'll actually show you that really quickly. So, with the 3 here, you can see the strength value up at the top, and as I deal damage to enemies, that number will go up, right? So I can shoot this guy, and I get a little bit more damage going up, right? You can see the strength number getting bigger. And I think it's going to cap out, I don't know, eventually. I don't know when it caps out. 73? Yeah, okay, it's capped out at 73, it seems. So we've got our thing built up, right? So we're just going to do our thing and chill. And you know what? I can showcase it right now if I really wanted to. We'll wait for Roar to be low, but whatever. So when we swap, we press 3 and then press 4. And you can see our buff went from 49 to 79. So I don't know what he means when he's like, it's not compatible. It is very much compatible. I would argue that's extreme compatibility. You just have to switch your order of operations around. I want to clarify. I don't know what the fuck that is. That it's not compatible. Huh? Fuck you. Who are you talking about? Is the not compatibility in the room with us right now? What the fuck do you mean by that? Incorrect statement. 0 out of 10.
Way to make offensive use of Nightform's generated charge. So overall with A-Form, you have a semi-targeted enemy speed and vulnerability effect, a largely selfless strength buff because you can hardly use it, and a charging, no line of sight nuke.
Okay, the selfless strength buff, crazy thing to say, but okay.
Requires kills to get kills. To put it very simply, Equinox is a bit of a mishmash of some individually helpful abilities that often cannot or will not work together. Now, I could call...
Cannot or will not work together is nuts. Cannot or will not work together is actually a crazy thing to say. Because realistically, if you are using Equinox's 2 correctly, right? Part of what makes Equinox's 2 so nice is that you can sleep enemies and then damage buff them, and they're not moving, but they're still sleeping, right? Right? You still get the benefit out of this. The 3 doesn't really work together with the rest of the abilities. For Night Form, Night Form's 3 is, again, only really good when you're in Night Form, and it's this huge energy drain. So I can understand why you would make that argument. But the idea that, like, oh yeah, this is actually just bad, and they don't work together at all, is crazy. Because you get a lot of value out of the enemies being asleep and buffed, right? You get a lot of value out of using your 4 to charge your thing because you're not stunning enemies, which he didn't really mention. The 4th ability in day form stuns enemies. This stun can slow down your KPM, and it slows down enemies getting to you. So if you're in day form, they don't get stunned. You get the defensive utility, and then you get to turn that into nuke damage. Right? Like, there's a lot of value you get out of these abilities interacting with each other. So, to say that they don't work well together, or that they don't coordinate or something like that, like, incorrect. Very incorrect assessment there. It's really interesting because it's like it seems like he does like good research, right? Like, he did really well research on the second ability and explained it very clearly and coherently. And then it kind of fell apart when talking about the 3 and talking about like the rest of like the synergies between night and day form. So interesting choice to say the very least. For that, I don't agree.
For any one of an infinite number of changes, but that's not going to help you use Equinox today. Instead, let's look at 6 ways of setting up your Equinox to work as she exists now. All of these setups work as modded, but I utilise a few Argon shards to make them flow better. Those are 1 shard for energy max, 1 shard for starting energy, and 1 or 2 shards for casting speed. The cast speed doesn't help the 1, but recasting the 4 and spam casting the 2 still benefit nicely from it. The first
shards are kind of whatever on Equinox. I recommend, for comfort, running strength shards. Now, the reason I recommend running strength shards for comfort is very simply because it allows you to basically remove like 1 mod slot, or it allows you to remove the focus school. So I recommend using Moderai for Equinox if you don't want to use Moderai, or you feel more comfortable using Vazarin just like as a backup tool. Say you're dealing with toxin dealing damage enemies and you don't want to utilize Moderai because toxin can just bypass shield gate, so you want to have an extra layer of defense with Vazarin to deal with toxin. Then having the Archon shards basically allows you to circumvent having Moderai, right? So Archon shards are like, he's not wrong that they're a little bit more flexible. I think my other Equinox, this one I had like orange shards for a little bit I was experimenting with. I forget what I was doing with it. But yeah, I would say that as far as your shard choices go for Equinox, you kind of always want to look at like strength shards, if you want my honest opinion, because this just gives you flexibility in multiple ways. It gives you flexibility when modding, it gives you flexibility in what focus school you use, it gives you freedom, it kind of lets you breathe a little bit. Equinox doesn't really have an energy issue. You don't need that much energy to get Equinox going. She's really energy efficient with all of her abilities. She's like really easy to use. Like you can see I run negative efficiency on my Equinox, and you probably didn't notice while I was playing, right? Because like you're fine.
First build, Gated Transfer, is a max-range maim nuke, relying on both rest and mend to survive until charged.
See, like this is... See, like the low strength, but you're using energy transfer on the 4. But why would you do low strength? Why would you do low strength on this build when you care about the amount of shields you get per kill? Getting a lot of shields per kill... This is a thing. This is what I see in so many Equinox builds, is max range, no strength. Why? It doesn't make sense for Equinox's kit. Equinox wants strength for the 4. You want strength for the 4, you want it for the day form too. You want it. You want it.
While the strength is low, gaining any amount of shields will still restore your shield gate. All the while, you've got maximum radius sleep zones to put threatening groups on hold.
Yeah, interesting by the way. He's shield gating with like low shield number. Okay, if you're gonna do low shield number, where's your shield gate mod? Where is it? You're getting 0.33 seconds. You might as well use the shield gate mod to give yourself 1.33 seconds. If you're going to do a low shield number, commit to it. You don't need this efficiency. Objectively, you don't need this efficiency. A 175 efficiency is borderline. You take fleeting expertise off and put the shield gate mod on. I don't like the shield gate mod, but it would be a much more efficient use of your space mod-wise. You do not need this much efficiency for Equinox, especially if you're doing a build like this, with like duration and range as it is, and you have this like huge duration investment with concentration. Why the fuck would you ever use the shield gate mod at the very least? I don't like that mod. I say it's not as good as Rolling Guard, but if you're going to do something with like low shield number, you might as well just use the shield gate mod.
Arcane concentration, helping to make that last as long as possible. You can swap concentration for a utility or simple damage buffing arcane, like Consequential Rage, without issue. Build your charge, swap today, nuke the room, then swap back and reset. The downranked fleeting expertise is intentional to get just a little more duration on the sleeping enemies at no cost to your actual efficiency. If you only have a max rank 1 though, the build still works. The reason I'm going all in on efficiency is that Equinox is barred from energy over time effects like Energy Nexus, and has no orb or energy generation innately. As she is frequently killing enemies with maim, far beyond the reach of companions, Synth Deconstruct will not trigger often enough for Equilibrium. With so little energy income, efficiency pushes every last drop to last as long as possible.
Is he also running Energize in this build? I just realized. He's running fucking Energize! Brother, your energy in this clip literally is completely full. He has 260
Swap
energy
back and
here,
reset.
and he
The
goes
downright
all the
fleeting
way up to
expertise
3.
is intentional to get just a
What are we
little more
talking
duration
about?
on the sleeping enemies at no cost to your actual efficiency.
What are we
If
talking
you only have
about?
max rank 1 though, the build
His
still
energy
works.
hasn't
The
moved
reason I'm
this
going
whole
all in on
time. You do
efficiency-
not need this much energy economy. I promise you, you do not need this much energy economy. I promise you. Equinox is so energy efficient. I run 45% efficiency Equinox with my nuke build, and I spam nuke and I spam roar. I have no energy issues. None. And I spam nuke with negative efficiency. That is 77.5 energy fairly frequently. Every 30 seconds, I'm spending 200 plus energy. Because I'm also swapping. And I still never have energy economy issues. I don't know what the fuck he's... Now, granted, I have flow. Maybe that's what's helping me so much. I'm able to store a larger buffer of energy, so I'm not running into these problems. But, man, I mean, you are way over-invested on energy economy. I don't think any of my builds have that much efficiency. My Tempest build... This build has base efficiency. Do you guys see how I use Tempest Barrage? I use Tempest Barrage like this. I literally button mash this ability. Like I button mash this, even when I'm using Equinox, and I do not have energy economy issues. I don't know what universe we're in where we need that much energy efficiency. I don't know. I don't know what game we're playing, what game you guys are playing. But yeah, that absolutely not. Absolutely not with the energy economy there. He's running efficiency and energize, but not max energy, by the way. So, like, how? Like, okay, explain to me this. How are you going to run efficiency and energize, but not have any energy capacity? What are we doing here? What are we doing? This is not a good build. Especially if you're supposed to be swapping in and out of night form. I would pop fucking half of this out of here. But, I mean...
No cost to your actual efficiency.
Sure, man.
If you only have a max rank 1 though, the build still works. The reason I'm going all in on efficiency...
I would
is
not
that
use
Equinox
this
is
build in a
barred
million
from
fucking
energy
years.
overtime effects like energy
Personally.
nexus, and has no orb or energy generation innately. As she is frequently killing enemies with maim, far beyond the reach of companions, Synth Deconstruct will not trigger often enough for equilibrium. With so little energy income, efficiency pushes every last drop to last as long as possible. Naturally, Argon Energize is huge for that, with each proc granting almost 3 minutes of maim energy drain. As this is a low strength build...
See, like that... Okay, see, like... 3 minutes worth of maim drain. You do not need 3 minutes of maim. In no universe do you need 3 minutes of maim. Let me make that so like abundantly clear. 3 minutes of maim is wasting your fucking time. No universe. There's too much energy economy. At most, you should be charging up maim for like 30 seconds. At most. I charge mine for fucking like 15. 3 minutes? Dog.
Is completely useless and is free for subsuming. You already have crowd control and healing.
Wait, hey, what? Hang on, what is...
build? The third ability is completely useless and is free for subsuming. You already have crowd control and healing built in, so consider a utility feature like Silence or Vial Rush to benefit from the maximum range stat.
For this type of build, yes, if you're doing a no-strength build, but why would you not do a strength Equinox build?
Now, if you find the form switching to nuke undesirable, or the shield regeneration simply not effective enough, we can modify the build to accommodate Evade in this Shadow main setup. With a switch to extremely high duration...
Why? Why would you do this? Why would you do this? Okay, evade on the 3. I get it. If you, but why low strength? Why low strength? I don't get it. I don't get it. Yeah. I knew that like the build section would be particularly bad.
Instead of range, we can also lower our efficiency to keep energy transfer still. I'm including energy transfer to retain the option of switching to using rest for a full stealth approach, and popping back into a main nuke whenever it's time to sneeze like an overdramatic dad. By triggering Arcane Concentration first, Evade will have a base 34.2 second duration and gain 6.8 seconds with every headshot kill, making it very easy to maintain. Just 4 headshot kills will allow it to last until the cooldown would expire for safe recasting if the duration runs out. But sometimes you don't need to nuke. Sometimes it's just about putting everything to sleep. For that, maximized range once again, this time with a backup rolling guard in case of emergencies. Plus the common frenzy orb.
The first 3 builds have had negative strength Equinox. Man, I get the point of this one is to sleep, but why don't you have duration for the sleep build? Why are you running trickery on this build and not evade if you're... It hurts. It actually hurts to look at this. It really
to spread the rest
does.
effect just on the off chance someone got overlooked. As this
These
is
first
ideal
3
for a
builds are
summer-style
not
playthrough,
good.
I've included Arcane Trickery.
Rolling
While
guard
a
on
low
a
chance to trigger
frame,
at 15%,
yeah.
it can grant you the invisibility needed to ensure even the overguarded or overcautious enemy never sees you until it's too late. This is also the only build to recommend enemy radar over corrosive projection, as armor is entirely unimportant to finishers. Spam rest, then stab with you.
I'm sorry, armor's unimportant to finishers? Says who? Who the fuck told you that? I'm sorry, just... Huh? You just slipped that in there real quick. What the fuck are you talking about?
Your best. For more powerful finishers, consider subsuming in silence with its augment instead of calm and frenzy. This will be a moderate increase with the given low strength. Or you can
I guess it's because you're not you're not able to strip them without waking them up, I guess, but I think you can actually. It's just...
The strength, swapping wider rest AoEs for heavier finishing blows. How far you take that trade is entirely personal preference. If you'd rather a more flashy
Did he save the good builds for Patreon?
Hide under the shadow of stealth with Shade or Cuirass, and never attack with your weapons to maintain invisibility while near enemies. Activate Provoke to increase your strength to at least 200%, or have enough Argon shards to do that for you, to make your rage ability set up enemies to take at least double damage. Subsume Smite is capped at dealing about 50% of enemy hit points as damage, while also removing Overguard and Armor. 50%, doubled by Rage, is a one-shot kill. Have your maim active to soak up the charge from enemy after enemy being snapped out of existence, and detonate the nuke on demand. As Overguard blocks Rage, you will need to smite them first to remove it, quickly rage them, and then smite them again to kill. Do this quickly because non-lethal smites leave enemies irradiated and hostile to everyone. Those stray shots can be deadly to Invisible Paper Tank. Now,
okay. Well, you know, you know, I don't even call it misinformation. This is just a bad build. Like, this is just, like, okay, I will give him credit that this is incredibly creative. This is a creative build. This is something that I would not expect to see. This is something that I would not, low duration. You're using the harass for stealth, so you're never shooting. On paper, this actually seems pretty solid because you use the 4th ability after you kill a couple Xmas units with Smite, and you also use Rage and Smite, so you get like the one-shot kill. On paper, you've got some cooking going on. But like I like looking at the I accidentally restarted the thing. God damn it. Where's the nuclear paladin? Here it is. Rage doesn't apply to Overguard. He literally says it right here. Smite first and then Rage right after to get the...
Quickly rage them and then smite them again to kill. Do this quickly because non-lethal smites leave enemies irradiated and hostile to everyone. Those stray shots can be deadly to Invisible Paper Tank. Now sadly, this build is not as strong as it could be. Against a Corpus, it's amazing, right up until you run into Nullifiers. Switch to Operator and use your amp to destroy Nullifier bubbles, retaining the invisibility on your frame. For Grineer, their armor means you need a lot more kills to charge up a main nuke. Alternatively, a Nairo Operator can remove their armor, or a full squad of corrosive projection can make armor mostly unimportant. This also affects Skuldra in basically the same way. For
Son. Son. He even is clarifying this build is bad. Like, the theory was there, but it's a bad build. Why did you include it in the video?
Bested, Ancient Disruptors will block most of the ability damage outright. Further still, Smite will target all Ancients on their backs, which happens to be their strong spot, halving your damage. That means no one-shot. I've reported this as a bug, as there's no sense in abilities actively hitting the least damaging spot on a unit. For the Corrupted, their resistance to radiation damage also means Smite cannot one-shot with this build. This affects both the Void and Relic Fishes. The only solution to these and Ancients...
Bro... He's like, so by the way, this build only kind of technically works a little bit against the Corpus, except for nullifiers, which, I don't know if you know this, the Corpus love nullifier spam. Like, 5 nullifiers can be active at a time with Xmas units, because you can have 3 active nullifiers and 2 Xmas nullifiers. Solo, if you're in multiplayer, the cap is unlimited. You can have 10 Xmas at a time. I mean, we are talking like this is like the worst build you could have ever shown. Why did you show this? Why did you show this build? This is such a bad build.
Is to find a way to apply yet more damage and vulnerability, like with viral procs from a duplex bond companion. Otherwise, this build just does not work there. Then, for the Tech Rot. They don't have Ancients in the same way, but they do have the Tech Rot Scuzzy. These also will be targeted by Smite on their strong spot, halving damage. You can still one-shot other nearby enemies and use Main to kill the Scuzzies, but it's far from convenient. So the Nuclear Paladin works, mostly if you're fighting Corpus without nullifiers.
Corpus without nullifiers or Grineer without armor. So if you're not fighting either the Corpus or the Grineer... Oh, buddy, this is such a...
Did you ever wish Warframe was a slower pace these days? Then let's enable Bullet Time. This build again uses Provoke to give enough strength to step over a strength breakpoint, but this time to achieve an immediate 95% slow on Gloom. Gloom is just superior to Pacify, not least
It is.
working in both day and night forms. By casting Provoke before Gloom, the strength is snapshot, so that also carries over into night form,
yes,
even though Provoke itself turns off. So now, every nearby enemy is slowed to 5% of their normal speed,
yes,
unless they have some crowd control immunity, like with Xmas. You can still use Main out to 26 meters, or Mend if things are still dangerous. Then, to top it off, we can connect Gloom's Lifesteal, with Equinox now channeling 3 abilities at once. The incredibly niche Arcane Intention triggers on Gloom, Provoke, and Maim, granting 750 extra max health to Equinox, which we can refill with the attacks through Gloom. This is a thoroughly optional Arcane for sure, but how often are you channeling 3 simultaneous abilities for the whole mission? This might be the only time you use it. If you choose to skip Intention, also swap out Adaptation for Rolling Guard for brief immunity instead.
So this is a tank Equinox, is his argument.
These days,
hang on, so this is a health tank Equinox, but he's not going to use... He doesn't have Persistence? Brother, make this a Persistence build. Put Rage, or Hunter's Adrenaline, if you don't have Hunter Adrenaline. Rage is better. Put Rage, and put fucking Persistence then. What are we doing? What are we talking about? If you're going to make a build, Persistence slop, right? Like do Persistence slop if you're gonna do that. Energize hurts your soul. Persistence Rage is also probably the only way you'd be able to use Pacify as well. Like, this is the only time that you should also be able to use the Night Form 3 as well. What am I missing? What am I missing? What am I missing? Why do we have Amar's Hatred? Fuck Amar's Hatred. Worthless. Use an Archon Shard. You get so... What are we doing? What? First off, why do we have Amar's Hatred and we don't have Augur? Augur Secrets is more strength. Is it our forma? Did we forma this incorrectly and decide we didn't want to change it?
To achieve an immediate...
Yikes.
Even though Provoke itself turns off. So now, every nearby enemy is slowed to 5% of their normal speed, unless they have some crowd control immunity, like with Xmas. You can still use Main out to 26 meters, or Mend if things are still dangerous. Then, to top it off, we can connect Gloom's Lifesteal, with Gloom, Provoke is a thoroughly optimal time you use it.
Making an entire build as an excuse to use a mediocre arcane is, in my opinion, a really bad decision. I would much rather you want to make a cohesive build, not just for the sake of let me use an arcane that nobody's used before. Nobody uses Arcane Intention. That's totally fine. It's not a good arcane. Making a build to force the use of that arcane and then justifying it, like, I guess if it was like, I want an excuse to use this arcane, so I'm gonna force it. Okay, fine. But I wouldn't advertise it and be like, yeah, this is my goated build and it's super solid and good and it's cohesive and blah blah blah. It's just an excuse to use Arcane Intention, which is not a good arcane, but like if you want to use the arcane just for the sake of using it, bro, I'll go for it. But I find that like he made this build with this arcane's gimmick in mind, and not for the sake of actually making like a good build out of it. Personally, like that's just how I see it.
You choose to skip Intention, also swap out Adaptation for Rolling Guard for brief immunity instead. Either way, you power up and power on Gloom, then laugh as every enemy vulnerable to crowd control, including Acolytes, all move in super slow motion. Freshly spawned Xmas will still be a priority.
Oh, he does have the third ability on.
If we're ready to do away with the day form entirely, we can go all in on tank for Equinox and the team. 170% strength, supported by
Molt Vigor? Why? Why? What are we looking at here? What am I looking at here? Why? Why do you even have corrosive projection if you're only in night form? 145 range? What am I looking at?
Molt Vigor crosses the 200% breakpoint on Peaceful Provocation. This means we can apply up to 80% slowing to nearby enemies, atop the 76% damage reduction aura it generates. Stacked up with Prime Redirection and Adaptation, we hit a peak of 8.
Okay, I want to clarify something for you guys, okay? I want to clarify something for you. When you're making a tank frame, right? If you want your frame to tank... wrong build. Wrong Trinity. I have too many Trinities. This one. When you're making a tank frame, your goal is not to use one or two abilities to survive. Your goal is to layer as many survivability things as you can on top of each other. So I have Eclipse for damage reduction. I have Link for damage reduction. I have Blessing for damage reduction. I have Double Back for damage reduction. I have Adaptation for damage reduction. I have Armor for damage reduction. Because each of these multipliers is different and unique. Why? How? My hand is off my mouse. I love Warframe. Right? If you want a damage reduction, I have Aviator and Airborne damage reduction as well. For airborne damage reduction. You stack multipliers. And the result when you do that, by the way, just the result when you stack damage reduction... let me really quickly get energy so I can do this. I'm not taking damage. I'm literally not taking damage. Like that's it. That's all there is to it. Like, 0 damage. You won't take damage until level 3000, pretty much. And even then, the amount of damage you take is, like, again, like, I can just restore on Trinity. So, that's the point of... whenever you're tanking, right? So if I wanted to make a tank Equinox, like a tank Equinox, if I wanted my Equinox to be a shield tank, for example, like you can do a shield tank Equinox. Take this one. I'm going to put a damage reduction ability on like the 1. Right? And I'm going to utilize the 2 for crowd control. I'm going to utilize the 3 for tanking. I'm going to utilize the 4 for shield tanking. Like, you know what I mean? Isn't that overkill for most cases? No, because certain enemies hit much harder than others. Can anybody explain why my thing is stuck on? So let's say, for example, Thrax units, right? I think Thrax units... I don't have you scanned? Well, that's obnoxious. Who's an enemy that hits really fucking hard? I need an enemy that hits hard. I need an enemy that hits really hard, and I was gonna use a Thrax to showcase because Thraxes hit really hard. Fuck it, we'll do a Jugulus or something. What's an enemy that hits like really hard? I was gonna showcase a Thrax. Thrax is like the thing that came to mind, so now I'm like blanking. Thrax units hit like a motherfucker. They sure do. You know, should I just try to get a Jade Eximus? Jade Eximus is like a great example. Let me try to get a Jade Eximus. Eximus. Let's just try to get like a good old Jade Eximus here. You're not what I'm looking for. You're still not a Jade Eximus. What enemies are most likely to be Jade Eximus? Is there like a given higher chance? I really wish I could select the fucking Eximus that I'm looking for. How do people die in base path? When you're brand new to the game and you have no tools, it's possible. Oh, that's annoying. Let's do this. Oh, that's not what I'm looking for. You know, your whole bubble doing cold procs now is really obnoxious. There we go. Scaldra? It's not a bad idea, maybe. Oh my god, I'm not dealing with this. Better. I know you can be a Jade Eximus, I just know you can. Oh, Arson Eximus. Another Arson Eximus. That was a Blast Eximus. I could have shown that guy. Those guys also hit hard. What the fuck? Has anybody documented which enemies can be which Eximus? I know, like, for example, a Grenier can never be a Guardian Eximus. And I know you guys can be... Maybe it's Bombards that can be Jade Eximus. Maybe not, Lancers. Let me try Bombards instead. Bombard Eximus. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna just make my life really easy. And I'm just gonna pause their AI. There's a Jade Eximus. Alright. Let's just selectively get rid of the ones that we don't like. I wish I could preserve this guy, but... You know. There we go. Bombards get Jade. I know Bombards get Jade. I was like dying over here trying to find one. Yeah, fuck it, whatever, it's fine, doesn't matter. I just wanted to showcase these guys anyway, so I have them, so it doesn't matter. You see how it's possible to still take damage? Oh, that's kind of fun. If I stand in here, these guys get cold procs. That's kind of fun. See that? Still possible. Corrupted Heavy Gunner as Jade. Spawn 20 of them get smacked. Yeah, I should try to get 20 Bombard Eximus that are all Jade, just to see. Arcane Aegis moment? I don't have Arcane Aegis on this build. I do not have Arcane Aegis on this build. Machinist Eximus? Oh, like Machinist Eximus, do they just hit really hard? It's just Trinity giving Trinity Restore. Yeah, Equinox with just the third ability on an adaptation would not be able to do that. You know what I mean? So whenever you're building a thing and you're like, yeah, I want to be a tank, I want to be a tank warframe, layering your defensive options. If you're never going to use the day form and you want to be a night form only tank, then put something on the one. Put fucking Equinox Mirage Eclipse. My brain was tweaking. Put Mirage Eclipse here. You know what I mean? Like, put damage reduction here. Doesn't make sense.
89,000 effective shield hit points, plus the means to restore them, both on kills and on disabling Mend. Aside from choosing when to uncast Mend, or throwing out some power naps, there's very little thought that goes...
Okay, hold on. Hold on, he said something here that's a little bit silly. I want to hear it again, because it's... what the fuck did you just say?
Action adaptation, we hit throwing to nearby enemies, atop the 76% damage reduction aura it generates. Stacked up with prime redirection and adaptation, we hit a peak of 89,000 effective shield hit points, plus the means to restore them...
Okay. Something that I think needs to happen in the Warframe community, collectively, is stop saying effective health points, effective hit points, effective this, effective that, effective EHP. I don't think a single person knows what EHP is. I don't think they know what effective health is, effective shields, effective this, effective that. Your effective blank is contextual. It depends on what type of damage you're taking. If I'm taking 100% blast damage, then sure, the damage reduction can be multiplied directly against my shield number, and that can be multiplied directly against the enemy damage multiplier. And you can use that to say, this is my effective health against this damage. But every enemy in the game has a damage split, which Kenji knows this. Kenji knows that 50% of the damage that you're reducing by 90% is the damage type, and you're not able to actually get 90% on the correct damage types unless you're taking majority damage from all these other sources. Like you're not getting 90% DR. More than that, 86,000 effective shield damage point doesn't mean anything, because you don't need to take 86,000. If you took 86,000 damage all in one burst, you're still just going to hit the shield gate. So your effective shield points, like, you have technically, effectively, infinity shield points because you're shield gating. I have 500 bajillion effective shield health because if you were to hit me with a 500,000 damage nuke, my shields would still gate and protect me. Like, he knows this. So I don't know why, like, that language is only there to be like, look at how tanky this build is. My build is so tanky. I'm so immortal and tough and tanky. I have 86,000. It's a meaningless number. It's a meaningless number. It's a nitpick on my part. It's just stupid. Also, if an enemy deals small enough damage, and that damage rounds all the way down to 1, then you don't have 86,000 effective shield points. Like, okay, something else, okay? Your damage can only go... your damage received can only go so far down. You cannot take 1/2 or like 1/4 of a damage. You are only taking 1 damage or 0 damage. That's it. So if the enemy's damage is so small that it's only dealing 1 damage, then at most you're going to have 1,036 shields. Right? You're taking 1 damage or no damage. You don't take decimal damage. So the maximum amount of effective shield points that you're ever going to have, with damage reduction included and all that shit, is still going to be 1,036. Which is a lot if you have to get 1,036 times before your shield gate breaks. Yeah, you're immortal. But it's very different from 86,000 effective shield. That doesn't mean anything. That means nothing. Right? It's just...
both on kills and on disabling Mend. Aside from choosing when to uncast Mend, or throwing out some power naps, there's very little thought that goes into playing this kind of tank Equinox. Stay near your team, and be their shield. Be warned though, the damage reduction still has that diminishing value over distance. The slowing effect needs to charge up, and adaptation is rarely fully protective. All combined, it means you don't usually have tens of thousands of effective hit points. I call this setup Gigatank for the focus put into tanking, not necessarily the results of it. As there's basically no
I'm gonna have a fucking aneurysm. Disclaimer: everything I just said was kind of bullshit. Okay, fine. You know, dude, you got me. Fucking okay, sure, man, sure. I can't even fucking argue. I can't even. But disclaimer, by the way, I actually am full of shit. Well, I mean, fuck, man. Like, why? Why? But I can't even. I can't. I can't be mad.
And then subsume off Metamorphosis here for any of your preferred team support abilities to fully fit your role. Eclipse, Nourish, Bright Bonnet, Roar, and Silence can all fill this slot for their different features.
Okay, so at least he talks about it,
so... pieces of Equinox's kit at any one time. She's got an array of powers to offer, ranging from the devastating to the downright disappointing. She just doesn't really try to bring it all together. I hope somewhere in...
you have to be the one to bring it together. When you make an Equinox build, okay? When you do the Equinox build, you have to be the one to bring it together. You have to be the person that makes the Equinox use all of the buttons. Equinox doesn't do it for you. None of the Warframes do it for you. You have to be the one. Some of them are easier than others, sure. Some Warframes have a very, very easy rhythm to get into. Garuda basically gives you her synergies on a silver platter, right? Okay, sure, makes sense. Makes sense. I can't sit here and say you're full of shit. Whatever. It's give it to you. But you can't be like, Equinox doesn't give it to me on a silver platter. Man, you have to build it. You have to build for it in mind. Instructions unclear, spam one button. Yeah, I mean, truly. I don't know. I would say that overall, I have a lot of positive things to say about the first half of the video. I think that the research done and the effort put in the first 10 minutes is very worthwhile. I think that right up until he starts talking about the 3 and the 4, like, look at how much time he spends talking about MAME. Like this is a majority of the time he spends talking about anything. Like, he breaks things down very cohesively, but I mean, man, like, everything after this point in time is just, I'm fairly not. What the fuck? The fuck is this thumbnail? That's 12 million views. What the fuck? I mean, yeah. Yeah, I don't. I mean, let's let him finish out, but
or night, whatever time it is where you are. As ever, much of the testing for Equinox happened.
Okay, that's it. That's it. Okay. I don't know, man. If I were to give this video like a ranking out of 10, if I were to give this like a rating, I would say that this is like a 6 out of 10. Definitely objectively better than honestly, I'll give it a 7 out of 10. It's better than average. He didn't really come to the correct conclusion about like how to play Equinox or like what playing Equinox is really like. He did do like what I would say is high quality research on the second ability. I think that was like the most like correct and cohesive part of the build. I think he pretty much nailed all of the things about the 2 on the head. He did like a decent job. But I mean, this is still kind of an overall very mid take. Like, I don't know. As a person who plays a shit ton of Equinox, the idea that her abilities don't work well together, or that you can't utilize like the 3 and the 4 and the 1 and the 2, like you can't get the benefit out of all of the abilities together from both forms is like, okay, dude. That's a crazy thing to say about Equinox, and to say that like Equinox doesn't have like the synergy built into her kit, or that I'm at a loss. Also, running fucking negative strength Equinox, like Running negative strength Equinox has done irreparable damage to my fucking cranium. I can't comprehend a world where negative strength Equinox is a thing. I think even slop tubers don't put negative strength on Equi anymore, because I think it's kind of been universally understood that, like, Equinox does care about strength. It's just the only ability that doesn't care about strength is the Dayform nuke. That's it. And even then, if you're doing a low level nuke, whatever. Every Equinox build you've seen on Equinox is still negative strength. Why? Even slop tubers don't do it. Even fucking Kai put like a strength so that he could use fucking pillage from Hildren. Most people just do day nuke. I thought people grew past that already. I've seen so many builds for Equinox where people are like, yeah, don't fucking nuke your strength, because it's like the thing you don't do. Dog, y'all are disappointing me. Y'all make me sad. Not a real Equinox fan. Yeah, anyways, that video was a 6.7 out of 10. I mean, yikes. I didn't finish his Banshee video. I kind of don't want to. That was something. That was something. That was something. The only time you've seen a positive strength Equinox is yours. You know what? Not only do I not believe you, I'm going to overframe right fucking now. I'm going to overframe. Overframe.gg. And I'm just going to look for Equinox builds. Top builds. Equinox. Alright, 11,000 votes. Oh my fucking god. It's 40% strength. 182 votes. Okay, hey, look, this guy's got 200 strength. Hold on, the second most popular build. It's a 10th as popular, but it's still there. Let's see. Hey, 155 strength. All right. We've got strength knowers. 50 meter nuke with Terrify Pillage. Back to 40% strength. Umbral Day Equinox. 150 strength. No arcanes. As we go down the list, we see very few. The Equinox builds are there's very few Equinox builds. So the most popular one as of update 40 is by Ninjace with the 40% strength. Isn't Ninjace a fucking slop tuber? I feel like I know this guy. Yeah, 4,000 votes on his Revenant is like the most popular fucking thing in all of Overframe. Let's do last updated Equinox. Who's the most modern Equinox build? It's still Ninjace. Does he just like update his builds every like update to like stay on top of the thing? Is that what he does? He has a video for this. How to play day/night Equinox. Ninjace is basically Overframe, bro. Okay, is he? I was gonna say, I've heard his name before. He seems very relevant. Okay, see, but here's the thing. He has Molt Augmented, so he actually runs a 100% strength Equinox. He runs negative strength, but he has Augmented for the flat 100. Minus duration, minus strength. What the fuck is this guy cooking? I almost want to watch this. His numbers are also insanely incorrect. Holy fuck, I'm like looking through the build specifics. Holy fucking Jesus. Yeah. Okay. Yikes. Well, that was definitely an interesting rabbit hole to go down. Most people say his builds are the best in there. Hey, but you know what? I saw at least a couple of other builds that were 150 plus strength for Equinox. Or 150 strength Equinox. So, I mean, yeah. I don't even know, dude. I just don't know. I just don't know. Yikes. You need 250 strength to max the day form 3. You do. You do indeed need that. For your breakpoints. That is correct. That's factual. What we could do really quickly is we could talk about the Equinox rework I yapped about. The thing that I wrote. There we go. Found it. We could kind of go over the abilities, but I mean, he did an okay job going over them. I've talked about my rework for Equinox so many times, though, is the thing. So, like, I don't know. Does it really matter? Even a slop Equinox with armor strip still needs some degree of strength, Lamau? Yes, I agree. Is armor strip even necessary that DR is capped? No. Fuck no. No, it is not. It feels like you can out DPS the DR? You absolutely can. Have I had an issue with left mouse button executing a melee attack on occasion? Yes, I have. I've noticed when I'm in hard melee mode, left click now does it. You can see that I'm left clicking right now. But it won't auto melee to continuously attack. It only does one. So when I'm in hard melee mode, left clicking is meleeing. I'm left clicking right now. That's supposed to be a setting. It's like primary or like fire weapon. Yeah, melee with fire weapon input. Both of them are off for me. And it still does this. It's fucked you up a number of times. It's very annoying. You hate it? Me too. What's the content for this coming update? The content is going to be Styanax Prime, all of the Jade Shadows constellation stuff, Sirius and Orion, I guess a new quest, new cinematic quest. We've got new proto frames, new augments, new arcanes, new weapons. It's a mainline update, so we're getting a whole mainline. Yeah, yes, Styanax Prime, Steel Path Railjack. Yeah, I mean, a lot of stuff coming. Lot of stuff coming. Lot of stuff. Lots and lots. Nidus rework and Nidus's new augments. Yeah, which wild that Nidus is getting a rework. There's augments for Dante, Kome, Nokko. Yeah. Yeah, and the Dante augment looks utterly insane. You get energy and silence on Dante, which is like, what the fuck are we doing? Dante literally already has everything in the game anyways. Now they're just giving him silence. Okay. Yeah, Sajin, his new augment is that I think his birds silence enemies, and his alt fire on his book gives energy or something like that. Yeah, silence and energy regen via the augment. But it's only enemies that the birds are attacking, but the birds now prioritize Xmas units, so... I mean, yeah, it's just overpowered. Dante, Kome, Nokko, and Temple. Yeah, that's right, it was Temple. God, Temple's so unfucking rememberable, like, just so forgettable. I can never remember Temple no matter what you try to tell me. No, it's silence, Sajin. It's just straight silence. Like Banshee's ability silence. The Temple augment was Turbo Slop. Wasn't it like Overguard or something stupid like that? Oh yeah, you get Overguard every time you cast an ability on beat. Yeah, no, it's Slop. Yeah, Rhythm Guard. Yeah. New Overguard augment, guys. Woohoo! Overguard augment. Yippee! More Overguard. Let's go! Birds start raining on a small area, and enemies in that area are silenced. Oh, there you go. So it's a radial ability. That's awesome. I thought it had something to do with like the alt fire of the book or something, but I just didn't pay attention. It was like, whatever. I'm so not interested. It's slop. It's just slop, dude. That's just the only thing I could think to myself is like, this is slop. Oh, that's so funny. You're sure Banshee is happy? I don't think Banshee cares. Yeah, where the alt fire hits is where the AoE will be. Okay, yeah, so it is an alt fire. Yeah, so the alt fire for his book silences enemies and gives energy regen. Problem is you have to use the book on Dante. Dude, Dante's book is fucking strong. And it's hard. It's a good ability. There is nothing wrong with that. That thing is strong as fuck. Yeah. This is remembrance from you, you were with me. You leveled him up and put him in the wall? Dante's book is really good. Dante is just broken. He's so good. He's just strong. You should get another for Spectres. You should. Dante's Spectres are very chill. What happened to Pablo's we're working on game balance. Did you ever see his tweet about how like the game balance is dead and Warframe players can't handle difficult content, so they're not going to work on raids? Because Warframe players can't handle what would make raids good? I mean, like, dude, like, if Pablo can just straight up say it with his chest that Warframe players are too much of, like, they're too big pussies to handle good content because they can't do difficult content, they can't do it, then they're just not gonna worry about raids. Like, he said that, like, he's just like, yeah, you guys can't fucking handle it, so, I mean, you guys can't hang. Bitch, it is what it is, dude. Spectres don't take your builds, no. But they can still utilize the stuff that they bring in. He basically called the player base stupid. He called them pussies. He didn't call them stupid. He said, you guys can't handle it. Which he's right. He said it really nicely, too. He said it in a way that made it seem like you, the reader, were not the problem, when he was very much talking to the people who were reading. Which I think is a masterclass in, like, misdirection. So good. The PR team loved that tweet. What balance? Yeah, for real. Nerf's persistence next day. Hopefully we can corner him. Hopefully, man. But I mean, who knows? I don't think it makes a difference what we do. I don't think that we will ever be able to, like, actually have a meaningful conversation with Pablo. I don't think we can make a difference. Yes, Cephalon. I want a strength buffing companion. I want a companion that's just like plus 50 strength. Just for, like, doing something. Like, he gets a kill or something. I want a strength companion. That'd be cool. Say hi to Sai if I see him. I'm not going this year. I don't think Sai likes me. Which is fine. I don't like or dislike Sai. But I don't think Sai likes me. He said he's meh. He doesn't like or dislike. Sure. What are rates? Nice. Strength Moa. I want an excuse. I want an excuse to use a Moa. I don't have a Moa still. I leveled all of them up and I threw them out. I don't care about Moas. Or just a strength. You know what? I want a new Sentinel. I want a new Sentinel. I think our past 3 updates have been like dogs and cats. I want a Sentinel. Just a base Sentinel to add to the game, too. Like a regular... We haven't had a new Dorigo, Worm, Shade, Death Cube. I want a new Sentinel. We haven't had that in years. The last one we had was Oxalus. Everything else has been Prime or whatever. Helminth Chargers are sad? Well, hold on. Hold on. My Helminth Charger's immortal. This guy's a fucking tank. This guy's fun. But Moas are super sad, yes. But this guy, this little Helminth Charger dude? No, this dude's cool as fuck. He can't die. He's a tank. He's awesome. It's in my head. Fucking good song. Nautilus, you think? I think Oxalis was post... Wasn't Nautilus after... sorry. Wasn't Oxalis after Nautilus, or was Nautilus after Oxalis? Scaldra Companion? You know what? Yeah, why don't we have a straight, like... Scaldra, the little flying bag. That'd be a great companion. Where's the homeboy? Scaldra. This guy. Make this my companion. Oh, shit. I'm gonna get caught in the crossfire here. I don't know what this song is. It's very chill, though. How old is Duriga to still not be getting a prime? Yeah, good point. Dude, holy shit, this song is fucking crazy. This shit is banging. Somebody was saying that the galvanized mods aren't working on companions. Is this confirmable? Is this confirmable with the Galv mods? Let me just test it really quick, I guess. Let me just grab like a Bombard Xmas, I suppose. Probably pause the AI. So... Oh, right. I have to switch you out. Let's grab Death Cube. Let's grab an unused Fuck, all of my configs are used. I need a carrier. Base carrier. You don't have anything on. Yeah, there we go. Attack. Assault mode. Verglass. Hold on. Let me actually just fucking save this build. What am I doing? We're gonna do this, do this. I need to save this build, so I need to not do that. Critical fire like that. Yeah, okay. Drop this in chat. Note myself. Drop in chat. Okay. We have Gaptitude on. We deal some amount of damage. We deal 32 damage. Yeah, we deal 32 damage. That's not what I wanted. $32 damage. We deal 32 damage. Okay, so Gaptitude does not work. That was an easy enough test. Now, a test really quickly. Does Gaptitude work if I get the kill? So, we're gonna have big ol' Papa Yahoo here get some kills. So now that I've gotten kills, start attacking. 58. Okay. So if I have Gaptitude on and I'm getting kills, then the companion will get the buff for the kills and deal more damage. Okay. Now, if I take Gaptitude off, does he still get the damage? No. So we both have to have Gaptitude. So he has to have Gaptitude, and I have to have Gaptitude for him to get the kills. That's what I thought. That's genuinely how I thought this worked. In order for you to get the... You fuck. In order for you to get the benefit, both of you have to have the mods equipped. So Galvanized Multi-Shot will only work if I also have it. That's what I thought. Somebody was telling me that, oh, it just doesn't work objectively. But I was like, I know it works. And I know it's some stupid shit. And it is indeed some stupid shit. I guess I should technically test Galv Chamber to make sure, but I'm just going to operate under the assumption that... potentially incorrect assumption, by the way. Just let it be known. I'm not testing it because I'm just fucking lazy. What do I need? Crit damage, right? Crit damage. So if I summon my 5 chargers... Now, I'm actually curious about something. Fired up. This thing. Wow, that does a lot of damage. That does an obscene amount of damage. That is ridiculous. So now, I'm going to compare that. That is obscene. That's so ridiculous. The multi-shot does work, by the way, because of the status procs that we were getting there. Okay. That's so ridiculous. I think the ring boxes would be the ideal method there, Sajin. I don't think we need anything grandiose. I don't think I need... Yeah, go ahead and give me a tungsten cube and then fucking machine the Orican text on the tungsten cube there and have that be the ring... No, dude, just whatever regular ring boxes. Don't go fucking crazy. I think it's you know, whatever you want, man. Basic ass ring boxes. Yeah, there's none. Don't have the time? Yeah, I didn't think so. So just regular old ring boxes, call it a day. Companion cube and Warframe, real. Yeah, you should make the ring boxes miniature death cubes. Actually, you should 3D print a death cube mold around each of them. That's what you can do. Go ahead, take this. I guess he doesn't exist. All right, never mind. Can't do it. It's impossible. He's not real. Death cube is fucking made up, I guess. GG. Yeah, you pull the sides out and actually the top and bottom open to reveal the ring. Yeah. Anyone 3D printing a Haro chassis for TennoCon? Hand engraved using handmade diamond engravers. Just boiling fat. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. See, now you're getting it. The red color on Death Cube there, that should actually be blood diamonds. You know, blood crystals. There you go. Death Cube boxes would have rocked. That'd have been pretty funny. He says, fuck. It's okay, man. There's next year. Just do the whole thing again next year. It's fine. That's a fun idea. It is a fun idea. You have a shit ton of titanium left? Don't worry about it, man. You know what you should do? You should make a Death Cube desk ornament for Pablo next year. That's what you should do. Make a physical Death Cube for Pablo. There you go. That's your task for next year, Sajin. You want to machine a proper metal forma for yourself? Do an omniforma, true. You gotta do an umbral forma. eBay has you drooling over bridge ports. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to. I don't know what I want to do. I kind of want to play... I don't know. Weeklies? Let's see what weeklies are. Maybe if EDA or ETA is really interesting or fun looking, then maybe. I mean, maybe. Let's see. So, what do we have? Argon Amar, which is great, actually. We have Spy X Scav Showdown, so let's just speedrun Amar, because Amar is wonderful. I like speedrunning Amar. We're soloing this like a month. Well, you know what? We'll do clan only. Any clannies can join in. Fun fact, you still suck and can't do ETA solo. I think you can. I think it's a matter of gameplay. There's a learning curve for you that we have to overcome. I do not have the hacking thing. That's not good. Ugh, and I don't have ciphers. Oh, that's gonna be rough. Let's see. Down here, yep. Does it have lasers in here? Nope. Cool. Oh, auto breach, my beloved. Thank you, darling. Okay, nothing there. Lovely. Lovely. Ah! Okay, see, this one is the one with the lasers, so I have to wait for these. Like a good boy. You can't see me, can you? Well, maybe you can. I'll just wait. Don't magnet proc me. It did, but it's okay. Why am I invis? That's interesting. Oh, Shade exists, right. Love you, Shade. Thanks, buddy. Oh, auto breach, please. Is that a rare container? What the fuck was that? Ah, brain. No, just a regular old container. Oh, I went one too far. Shade was your first sentinel. He's useless. Can't say that about my boy Shade, man. They updated, they buffed him. This week for ETA, you had Rev, so it was easy. You got a free Omni. Every try, you've died to Vampiric Limnus, and you're always getting perma-staggered by a Legosite. You haven't tried in a hot second, so maybe this week. I feel like your issues then are that you're not paying attention to the things that you should be paying attention to. If that's your problem and you're genuinely struggling with, like, the Xmas, or sorry, the Vampiric Limnus, then, like, bullet jump and be in the air. They gave him what? Nothing? No, they buffed his invis. You were able to mind control the Limnus with Revenant at one point. That's really funny. That's really funny. Limnus are bastards. Make use of your wall latch. Yeah, no, I agree. Like, wall latching is a great way to just not have to deal with them as well. There's a lot of options to just never have to deal with them. You know what I mean? It's hard to defend a flare when the Limnus prevent you from touching the floor for more than a few seconds. I mean, yes. But also, I feel like it's just a matter of you're going to be mobile in that mission anyways. You don't really need to sit on top of Flare's chest to prevent the NPC from taking damage, you know? Okay, I'm going to need battery droppers. So we're going to be looking for Xmas units. There's one behind the corner there. Come on, dog. Get his ass. There you go. Battery dropper? Yep, I knew it. Give me. Might as well send the dog that way. Unless it's gonna get stuck. Ah, it's gonna get stuck. Lovely. Ow. Come on, dog. Come on, dog. Well, they just won't do it, but... Give me you. There we go. Stop it. Companions are actually not killing things the way that I want them to, which is very cringe. That right there, that's a guy. Go get his ass. Come on. Go get that guy. Go get him. Why aren't you getting him? Need more power cells. Wait, I just realized, I have Moderai. Oh, I trolled. Shit. Me not grabbing Vazrin is a bit cringe here. Okay, well, thankfully it's not that bad. Please stop. Where's my... this? There we go. Let's see. Make this a little bit better for myself. Grab that. Are the Zeraman weapons still good? Yes. There's an Xmas unit here that needs to die. There we go. I should grab power cells before I run this. Make my life a little bit easier. Okay, we are looking for... like that. And preferably one more power cell would be ideal. Want to buy power cell, enemy. There you are. Sentient. Oh my god, I was gonna say my sentinel can't hit him, but he can. Just being lazy. There he goes. That's a good sign. But I'm gonna need power cells soon. I don't like that they're all hovering over there, so I need to go for power cells. I really wish I could go into operator while Banshee's in her 4. That would be really nice. DE, do you mind? Do you mind, Mr. or Mrs. Digital Extremes? I would like access to my 4. Or access to my ability to move while in 4 would be very nice, thank you. Please and thank yous from McSpankies. I can just shield it with this. I would like one more power cell, please. Hi, do you mind not having overguard anymore? Appreciate it. Ah, there he is. Come here, slut. Come here, you dirty bitch. Oh, attack speed. Come on, companions. He's right there. Get his ass. Thank you. Stupid fucking things. Companion moment. Let's see. I want more power cells. Do you have power cells? You do. Give them to me. I want more power cells. There's like no power cell enemies. That's what I'm running into here. So not be so slow if enemies would just drop the goddamn power cells. There's just no power cell enemies. What is this? Why are there no power cell enemies? I would like additional power smells, please. Please, want to buy power cells. Finally. Aha! And an additional one. This is ideal. There we go. Maybe I'll be lucky enough to get one more power cell enemy. That would be ideal now, wouldn't it? You're worried for the day Banshee gets a rework? You and me both. But who knows? Maybe it'll be good for Banshee. Let's go see if there's another power cell enemy somewhere. Spawned, maybe. Would be really nice. There you are. Gimme. 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 Ow! Don't hit me. Do exalted weapon snapshot proton? No. Annoyingly, proton is one of the few things that just like behaves exactly as it should, because when the buff is done, that's it. There's no snapshot. I would like power cell enemies. There are just so none of them. Dude, what the hell one-shot my shields, man? Damn. No, thank you. Man, fucking attack speed on this melee is so painful. Nice AoE that I can very easily see. Crazy dodge. What? Okay. There you are, you fat cunt. Well, there's one. I need another one, though. Oh, what am I doing? Operator. I don't trust my Warframe to be invulnerable. Yeah, it's not. Okay. I don't know why it's not, but it's not. Interesting. Okay, I might actually meet these enemies part of the way or something. Because they're just not making their way over here. You can't find power cells in here, can you? No, you can't. Okay, they're already spawning from behind now. Power cell time. You know what I'm gonna do? That way I can kill enemies with the arrows. Maybe I'll get more power cells out of it, huh? There's one power cell that dropped. Come on, give me more. Well, I got a power cell to drop. That might have to be good enough or something. Come on now. Die! There he goes. You got heat proc, this should be good. Where is it? There's one power cell. Is that all I got? Surely not. Ow. AoE damage. What is with these power cell drops, or lack thereof? I can't see the weak spot on you. Whatever. There we go. Come on, he's gonna AoE me to death. Ow. Yeah, I saw that coming a mile away. Oh shit, my companion just stole that kill from me. That's not good. There we go. Yeah, I knew he was gonna AoE me. Dude, these power cells are what are making this so hard. Each defense is like 10 minutes longer than it should be. Okay, 2 power cells. There we go. I would like more. Arc melee meta soon. Arc melee needs to be outright removed from the game, IMO. Just straight up remove it, man. Like, it doesn't do anything for anybody. Nobody cares. Nobody wants it. It doesn't help anybody. Nobody uses it. It's just there for mastery fodder. Outright arc melee is just, I'm dead. Dead part of the game. It's not worth anything. It's not salvageable. Reacting to mainstream Black Death takes as an actual 14th century Plague survivor. Holy fucking goated. What a great video idea. God, Suckmud, you're a genius. Hey. Here. I would like a power cell, please. One power cell. I'll take this, why not? One of you has to have a power cell. I think that guy had it. Did he? Maybe not. Woo! Dude, give me a fucking power cell, man. Give me a fucking power cell! Oh my god, there's a power cell. Hold on, there's a power cell somewhere. Where is it? I saw it on the map. Where is it? There's a fucking power cell. We can finally leave, dude. Holy shit. Finally. We can get the fuck out of here. Why don't I make a Warframe crossword? I was thinking about it. I need another power cell. Oh my good god, I need another one. I thought I already had 3. It's so over. Ah, power cell. Oh my god, guys, there's a power cell here. Can you believe it? What? Oh, there's a guy there. Don't kill me! Alright, we're good. Get his ass. There we go. 20-minute fucking excav because I just couldn't get power cells to drop. That's so awesome. I also brought the wrong focus school, so I wasn't able to, like, fuck around as easily. Ah. Want to buy power cell to do excavation mission, man. I don't think I've ever had that issue. Actually, yes, I have. Are the Argon weapons good? Yeah, every weapon is good, man. Every weapon kills everything. Except the Velt? Yeah, true. That is true. Every weapon except the Velt. The Velt can go fuck itself. Shit weapon. Double afflictions moment? I guess so. None of my clanmates joined me. It's so sad. What am I doing? Maybe Velt should get an Incarnon? I mean, it is just a gun. Whoa. I missed the headshot, it's Jover. There we go. It's not Jover anymore. I missed the fucking doorway. So over. Okay, I have pet peeves about this room in particular. This little fucking mesh net there is so AIDS. Give me that. Don't be protected, don't be protected. He's got like a couple. Gimme. 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 He had enemy disconnected from him to cast an ability. That's fucked up, man. He got trolled. That Deacon actually got trolled by his own teammate. That is fucked up. Oh shit, I double casted. Should not have double casted. Can't fucking control myself. Don't do an ability. Nice. Damn it, I didn't break sub 2. Fuck. 217. What's my best time on Amar? I didn't break sub 2. Bad run. Unlucky. And he didn't attack twice either. It's because the first phase was slow. It's my fault. Also, I had a bad room, to be fair. It was crazy long. Well, that was Amar. That was easy. Do we even check ETA? I don't do ETAs anymore. I haven't done ETA. I did some ETAs, and I was like, oh my god. What about the call weekly? I don't hate myself. Hello, Kalana. See, I don't need to do anything other than, like, I guess I could buy Pix chips. But, like, I don't know. Oh, that's not what I wanted. But they're so shiny. Defense exterm assassinate? Within underground, hostile overgrowths attack if the player stops moving. Slightly condescending. Last ETA was the mobile one at work. Yeah, I was at work on mobile doing an ETA. And I did it because I had Dante. I have Styanax. Defense. I have Lavos. I got like okay weapons. I'm not interested in this enough to do it. I'm really not. Yeah, I'm not interested in this enough to do it. I don't care for assassination. I don't need Archon shards. I don't. Well, actually, I do need like some. I need Stella more than I need shards. The shards are like whatever, dude. I'm not interested. Let's see. What about the computer? Are there any free shards on the weeklies, maybe? There's a green shard. That's always nice, I guess. And I guess that's all there's worth doing. So maybe I get this green shard. 300 melee kills and 75 containers. This pixel thing of Letty is way cuter than Letty in game, I just realized. Look at this. Doesn't it look so much nicer? Why does Letty in game look fucking awful? Looks so cute. 300 melee kills, huh? Okay. Gara moment? True, I could Gara. Gara would be fun. You know what? Gara would be so much fun, I'm gonna Gara. You convinced me, actually. Gara. Gara. Come here, Gara.
Please select plotting route.
Tech route, hell scrub. Yippee! Oh, I'm still on Madurai. Shit. I'll be fine. Maybe. We'll see. Get away! I'm out of energy! No! Wait! There we go. There we go. Just needed some Xmas units. How many melee kills did I need? I kind of wasn't paying attention. Damn, son! Oh, it's immune to abilities. How did I kill it before? My companion just happened to hit it? Don't be rude. Jumping on me like that. A 300, I see it now. Okay. Whatever, I don't care. What the fuck? What is that? What's that purple thing? That's not red. Unless it was just mixing with the color of this. Because then it could have been a Leech Xmas. Oh my goodness. Oh no! He's coming! He's coming! He's dead. Hey, stop it. I'll give myself damage reduction. What now, pussies? $400 kills. Am I good? Or is my companion getting kills? I always forget to check. Yeah, okay, we're good. Oh, I might as well just stay to finish the X turn. Wait, no I shouldn't. There's nothing here for me. There's like no reason for me to stay. I don't know, chat. What do you think? Do I stay or leave? Were those just Leech Xmas petals? Yeah, but they were purple. They weren't red. They were like very bright purple. Well, now I'm gonna get a Steel Essence if I stay. Now I should stay, right? Where is he? Oh, he died. Well, shit. There you go. Yeah, look at how purple that is. Oh, it is just it's the blue tint that it's mixing with. That's cool. I guess I can go try to find extraction now. Should be this way. Wait, actually, I want to see something. Does this break it? No, me standing next to this doesn't break it. Anyways, let's see. I bet you exterm is this, or extract is this way. Yep, this is the way. TennoCon is like a month away. Technically less than a month now. God, this song is good. I'm having a good time. Frighteningly close? Yeah, it is. Okay, what do I need now? I need 75 containers. You know what that means. Come here, Zaku. Box breaker. Beatbox. Doink. This goofy ass skeleton. Doink. Doink. So fucking stupid. Anyways, exterm has boxes, right? We'll just exterm. I'm out of energy. I'm no longer out of energy. I'm gonna wait for one more energy pulse, though. Did I mess up my build? Why is there only one container here? What is this container? There's 6 containers in the beginning of the game? Hello? Did DE nerf the containers in this area? Were people doing this mission too quickly, and so DE was like, no, you can't do that. You have to play the game. Stop. Don't get the containers too fast. It's not fun. Oh, they definitely did. There's like so many less containers. Oh my god. It seems like they lowered the container requirement, though, because wasn't the old container requirement like fucking 200 or something insane? Oh, burger. Burger. Okay, I got nothing out of that. Awesome. One container from that button cast. Awesome. They also seem to have either lowered the amount of energy orbs you get, or I'm just getting insanely unlucky. Well, I might as well just break this one quickly. No reason not to. $74. You're joking. There we go. Get me out of here. $150 containers. So they must have just like nerfed the amount of containers and nerfed the objective. Which is interesting. Alright, give me... Oh, I have to collect these. I don't care. Forma or... I think I'd rather the 2000 Kuva, right? I don't know. It's like nothing. Spectres gain damage. Yeah, I don't care. Yippee! Argon shard. Woohoo! Oy. Oy. That was fun. I guess we can do the things. I haven't done Netras in a long time. Let's do Netras. Oh, I guess I should check if EDA is good. If EDA is good, then I'll do it. Somebody said that it had Assassination Relentless Tide, so we could do Stella farming. Who wants to Stella farm? We could Stella farm. That could be a good time. Yeah, Relentless Tide. Was it slop? 50 is 6 out of 10. 6 out of 10. Yo, does anybody want to Stella farm though? I'm trying to Stella farm if that's the case. I mean, like, that's just good looks. We have Mirror Defense, Exterminate, Assassination. I got fucking fat ass. GG, dude. Free win. Hang on, who wants to run this? I just won. I just got the free win character. Nothing matters. I got the free character. Free win. Sawi Princess, I'm at work? Fuck you, Sage, and I hate you. Oh my god, it's giving me like goated weapons as well. That's so funny. What is this? Max health reduce each time damage is taken? Okay, oh no. Warframe and ally overguard. Okay. Duration of okay. Oh no! Oh no! These are free. This is so free. I got the freest win in all of history. Yeah, I think we'll do this. This seems so stupid. Let's grab the fat ass. My fucking big chungus frame, dude. Why doesn't any video explain group comp? Because team composition doesn't really matter to the average. I mean, it just doesn't matter, you know? They just don't care. Is it really a free... Dude, it's fucking fat ass. It's folly. I got the big chungus frame. Of course it's a free win. It's the developer's fucking self-insert character. Of course it's a free win. Where's the Daikyu Prime? There it is. And the Tysus is good. I like the Tysus. That's a fun weapon. Honestly, melee weapon. You thought she was ass? Brother, she does everything. She literally plays the game for you. I think I'll do my own melee weapon. None of these melee weapons look good to me. Let's do Vitrica for shits and giggles. Actually, I guess I should bring something for this guy, right? Let's bring, let's not bring the Vitrica then. Let's bring, where is it? What is it called? Oh my god, I can't remember. The dual Ichor. Let's bring the dual Ichor Incarnate. It's just broken. Broken ass melee. Yeah, she's asked to play, but she's overpowered as shit. Yeah, now you're getting it. What are these guys called? Murmur. Don't I have a Murmur specific? Wow, whatever, doesn't matter. The enemy will die anyways. Anybody want to do EDA with me? Dude, this EDA is gonna be so fun. It's so free. I'm so down to just like fuck around. You're down? Send DM, homie. Send me a DM, Pookie Bear. I'm helping. What frames are on? It's EDA. That's your choice. But I mean, I got the free win characters, so it doesn't matter. I got Big Chungus, so I mean, we're fine. What the fuck? Huh. I got DE's chosen one. I'm telling you, it's a dev self-insert, dude. Some dev looks like this, and they just wanted to be the overpowered fucking bullshit frame. That's it. That's all there is to it. The whimsy frame? No, this is a dev self-insert is what this is. Yo, let me take a bath real quick, homie. They really should let you just like meditate in here or something as operator. Just have like nightmares. Oh, interesting. There's no reason to talk to you, right? I'm waiting for Nestor to message me in game so I can send invite. By the way, I'm not just standing here. I am just waiting for Nestor. You gotta do Deep Archimedia before EDA? Yes. Yes, that's how that works. Well, if you're not available, I'll just do this first then. You're gonna go bed now? It's okay. They had to add a character that was easy for the cosplayers to replicate. Dude, diabolical. You're also fucking completely correct. That's still crazy. Oh, these do health damage? Awesome. Oh, I grabbed Moderai. Shit, I should have grabbed the other one. Well, that's fine, I guess. Do I have the means to kill this guy effectively? Probably. I've been magna procced for a minute straight for some reason. TE, I need orbs. This is unfair. This is my defense objective. Oh, right. I forgot how this works. I need a concentration before I can do that. Not too bad. Why am I taking health damage from killing enemies? Is that one of the debuffs? Double glyphs as well. Jesus. Oh, that's mine. Let's grab that thing. There we go. What the fuck? Where did I end up? Okay. GG. I missed all these. Maybe get some of them. That's good enough for me, I guess. Drop that. I don't know what randomly causes me to take a ton of damage. Look at this. Keep getting health damage. What am I taking health damage from? Well, I guess it doesn't really matter that much. I spawned so many health orbs it doesn't matter, but it is concerning. I don't have a forced way to heal myself. You know. I think it's like every time I kill an enemy I take damage or something. It must be it, right? "24-second corrosive" is awesome. Oh, awesome! It went right inside the... That's so cool. Okay, I have to see what's debuffing me. What is health damaging me? Activating an ability, but I'm not activating abilities, right? Like I activate a couple abilities, but it's not like I'm activating a ton. So I don't know what's damaging me. What is doing it? I'm so confused. Like that, like I'm taking health damage. What is damaging me? Dude, will I just never know? This is gonna drive me nuts. It has to be whenever I kill an enemy. Like, let's see. Yeah, okay, enemies died and I take damage. Okay, I guess. So strange. Oh my god, my fucking objective is about to die. What? Brother, huh? What did so much damage to it? I wasn't even paying attention. What? What did so much damage to my objective? Huh? Brother, what? I'm so confused. Somebody has to help me make sense of this. There's something that's randomly draining my health that I can't pinpoint. And then also, my objective is getting destroyed. When do you think they'll give her the Ozempic skin? God, I hope, dude. I'm so confused, though. Awesome. Oh, cool. Oh, there's just a single enemy here that's just beating the shit out of it that I couldn't see. That's really cool. Awesome. Yeah, that guy just did a shit. Okay, I guess just there was one enemy that was just stuck on it. That's just beating the shit out of it, I suppose. I'll just do this. Very cool. Got a magnet truck. Very good stuff. Still trying to figure out what I'm randomly taking health damage from. It has to just be enemy kills. That's the only thing I can make sense of. Wait, I have combat discipline. Oh. Okay. Makes a lot more sense now. Why do I have combat discipline? Makes no sense. What the fuck would I have combat discipline on? That's not good. I'm really behind on the boss being heal. I also forgot Vazarin again, which is just a massive red flag. But it's not good. Yeah, I'm gonna die if I don't get health orbs here. Here we go. Oh, my objective died. Fuck. Okay, well I can fix that. Watching... Gross. Okay, let's fix our fucking build here. Why do I have combat discipline on? Who are you? You're up? Okay, that's good. I can have somebody else. Why the fuck do I have combat discipline? Whatever. Also, I don't want to do that. It's a waste of a slot. A Folly needs some discipline like a diet? No kidding. Oh, you know what? I think it was, literally laziness. Because it just didn't matter. Yeah, we'll go ahead and open this. Whatever. We'll do this. Prime sure-footed on that. We'll put flow in. There we go. I don't have another Forma, but now I have 2 mod slots. Let's give ourselves... does the range matter for the 2 guns? It doesn't, right? It only matters for the fucking whatever. So I think the solution is still just more duration for the other abilities. Or casting speed. This fat bitch is so fucking slow. I need casting speed. Oh, fucking right. I didn't actually get anything from that. Well, whatever. We want anything else. Fucking mirror defense is so gay, dude. Ugh. I forgot how much I hate mirror defense, dude. 6-minute fucking defense waves. Jumped on an EDA. You're still up? Yeah, let's do it. I'm down to do it. I forgot how fucking cancerous mirror defense is. I forgot this shit actually makes me want to kill myself. I don't think anything, just anything that isn't combat discipline, right? Also, fix my focus before I forget that. Just, dude, I guess that doesn't matter. Honestly, if it doesn't matter, I might as well just get the capacity, and then with the capacity, do something. Can I do anything? Not for that capacity, I can't. Fucking Christ. Alright, mobilize then, I guess. Just anything. This fat-ass fucking frame doesn't move. Alright. Not doing Madurai for the 3rd fucking mission in a row, forgetting to fix my focus school. That'll make this way easier to deal with. Now I can just fucking sit there. You ended up being worthless. I think I'd rather you for just crowd control damage. Yeah, single target weapons suck. I need you for the big fight, though. Can I get a better secondary? What other secondary options did I have? I don't think I had anything worthwhile, right? Nope, I didn't have shit. And I have nothing. Wow, I have nothing. It's so fucking mid. Alright. Mirror defense or folly hunt? Which one's worse? Mirror defense is fucking awful. I honestly, if you asked me which one I would remove, I'd rather remove mirror defense and just try to fix folly. Because mirror defense is just mobile defense, but worse. Because it's longer rotations for worse rewards. A hound can help? Could a hound actually do... I guess so, huh? Because I have the orb. The orb build, right? So it's like... I think it's this setup. Right? I think this... Hang on, does this have the orb? I'm just... Yeah, the orb, and it does like a bunch of crowd control. Because this is corrosive heat for like good CC and armor strip. Yeah, true. True. Hound is good. The orb and Jade X. Well, the Jade Xmas, whatever. There wasn't that many Xmas to deal with. But I was solo, that'd be why. Yeah, momentous Xmas steal. I'm aware. I did not want to do that. Don't do that. I'm more just like... I guess the enemies just deal a shit ton of damage for some reason to a defense objective. Because they just fucking bodied it. Like I'm shocked how much damage they deal. That was like... I looked over, there was one enemy and it took like fucking 50,000 damage. I was like, what the fuck? Like, hello? How much damage do these guys swing with? It made no sense. Invite. Oh, fucking... DE, do me a fucking favor. If I want to invite somebody and I'm on solo, switch me to invite only automatically. Don't fucking tell me, oh, you have to switch it. If I'm trying to invite somebody and I'm solo, just fucking do it for me. You fucking assholes. Pissing me off. It would make no difference on the back end. It wouldn't take that any fucking effort to code. You could just do it. Like that, just instantly. Fucking morons. I hate DE. Next update, they give a Folly and Augment to give her Frost Bubble. True! No, the defense target should do fine at protecting it. It's just, I was too busy worrying about my fucking health and worrying about picking up Boss Fiend to actually defend the objective properly. If I didn't have to fucking pay attention to like 6 things at once, it's a free game. We're gonna do this, and defense objective like that. We should be able to do a lot better now, because we have a teammate that can just worry about all the other shit. Okay, well, I mean, if you insist. I don't even have negative range on this, do I? No, I don't. Oh, I have deployables as well. I could have used deployables this whole fucking time. That's not what I wanted. There we go. I had to cast that like 3 times because I couldn't fucking figure it out. There we go. Good old barrel stacking. Having mobilized is also helping so much. Yeah, now that I don't have to juggle my health, that's way easier. Okay. Oh. Okay, I also realized I forgot about doing the thing to, like, get the free kill. Fucking affinity gain. Much easier now. I'm not juggling shit. That's not what I wanted. I'll take that. I really wish I could put this up there. That's where I want this to go. I want this to go right here. It's way better at distracting. But... Come on, step up. The fuck? Yeah, there are several things that have made this objectively easier. Give me that. That's a friendly. Might as well throw this out. Much fucking better this time around. Part of it is I'm not sitting here juggling like fucking my health. That was such a huge distraction. Like, I just could not fucking focus on actually casting my abilities properly. There we go. You played public? No, I invited one person. We playing diabetes frame? True. Also, the suggestion for the Hound was a huge call. The Hound is so much better as a companion. I think my last companion was a fucking nothing burger pick, if I'm not mistaken. That's not what I want. That's also not what I want. Drop this damn thing. There we go. fuck did my barrel go? There it is. There we go. We can crewmate. I did crewmate. I crewmate at the beginning. I unironically forgot how to fucking, like, do EDA, ETA. Like, my brain was just like, what is this? What? I was so focused on health orbs, I fucking forgot, like, oh yeah, I can throw crewmates down, dude. Like, I could play the fucking video game. Lol now. That's just kind of how it is sometimes. Gigantic fucking shit frame is distracting, I suppose. There's no more squares for the first point? Fuck it, life support capsule. What now, bitch? Oh, that's a fun one. Enemies only take damage if you're right up their butthole. Awesome. Oh, we're gonna miss that one. Oh, got it. What this is. Arcane? Lanthorns. Fucking crazy. Alright, bro. Okay, we have 2 this time. Oh. Bruh. I cannot physically be in 2 places. There it is. Give me. Okay, I'll use my crewmate for this point. Hound is nice in EDA. Hound is nice. big area denial and area coverage, which is just kind of what we needed. Or what I needed, I should say, because I don't have fucking area anything. Hello? How are you in the wall, man? Okay, we got 3 points. We're good. Alright, after we get our points for this, we can rerun this with fucking Korra and with whatever bullshit to like absolutely farm the shit out of the Relentless Tide. But we'll try to run this at least somewhat efficiently. -1 arcane. What is -1 arcane? My crewmate. No! Deep Archimedia does not auto-assign squads. It does if you're in public. That guy's sucking up my thing. Good old Relentless Tide. Break out of here with her teleport. I bet you she can. Hold on. Okay. Like a medium Relentless Tide farm out of this. $55 electric frogs. Dog, we're here for the. Oh shit! My cat started spreading. Or not my cat. My dog started spreading frogs. Oh shit. Oh god, there he goes killing again. Hold on, dog. Don't deal damage to the fragmented. Yeah, honestly, if we could just leave the fragmented one alone, oh my god, he's spreading so many procs. Oh, good god. The whole room is taking damage, Cap. Please, dog, please, stop. Oh my god, it keeps spreading. Alright, I think we got it to stop. Oh, there it goes again. There's damage, Cap. God damn it. Who has the companion damage? I don't know how my companion's dealing damage, Cap. What the fuck? Does our Dante have roar? Who has roar? Or somehow my companion is getting access to infinite scaling damage. Dante birds? I don't think it redips Dante birds. I mean, maybe it redips Dante birds. I don't know. Honestly, the fact that it's just the two of us and neither of us brought like Cora or like the optimized farm stuff, and we're still getting this many is pretty decent. There goes my companion going nuts again. It is ideal that the guy keeps going stationary for that big attack, because then we can just stay away from him, and then he can't take damage. You know what we ought to do when we run this? We ought to just run Boban. Just a Boban Vortex for the middle. I think that would be way efficient. Because then we don't have to worry about... Look, damage cap again. Dude, my companion is going cracked. What is he doing? Oh, there he goes doing damage. The game is so fucking loud now. You know what? Yeah, it's loud in my ears too. Let me turn that down for you guys just a little bit. Oh my god. I got this. Oh wait, this will be nuts, will it not? Because this should cover the whole arena. So this should just cause utter chaos. It almost covers the whole arena. Dude, I turned the volume down and I can still see the volume on like the stream thing is like close to max. Or like not max, but it's like close to like my speaking volume. Well, our fragmented Zeltor is gonna die here in a second. Oh, Zelator. Zelator. We try to keep you alive as long as possible, man. Alright, there he goes. Pick up all of our Stella. That was fun. That was a good 300 out of that. That's not bad. So, okay. Whoever wants to run this with us, I think, like, Vauban, Dante, Korra, and, like, I don't know, Necros, I suppose. Dude, I don't know what my companion was doing to get damage cap that run as well. It was ridiculous. So, we have the Dante. I can now swap off of fucking Chubby over here and go to, like, Vauban. I think Vauban's a play. Just to get them to group up. And also make the first 2 missions easy. So, like... Can't do another run right away? Yeah, no, that's... Yeah, please. Take your time. Oh my god, what a run. I mean, what do we think, chat? I think we run it. I think maybe instead of Korra we do double Necros just to keep up with the kill rate, actually. That might be the way. I think a double Necros to keep up with kill rate would be way more intuitive. And then honestly, I could even keep this for the sake of having the melee, you know? What do you guys think about that? I need people to play with. I need chatters to like come in and join us. Korra also makes it awkward. Korra wouldn't be able to grab the loot anyways with the 4. So I'd rather double Necros. Yeah, they'd have to die from the dome. Yeah, so just forget the Korra. Cause low key it's like whatever. I'd rather Vauban, Dante, double Necros to keep up with the high kill rate. You know what I mean? I think that'd be way better. I think it would be way better. What's the range on this vortex? This vortex is 14.5 meter radius. Should I go for more range? I bet I should. Mm-hmm. I think I'd want more range just for this setup. I know it's worse than like on a normal build, like for damage, but I'll probably be fine because I'll just be smashing the shit out of that ability. So I think it'll be good. Yeah. I think that's the play. Alright. Well, now we need people to play with. We need double Necros. We have the Dante. We just need 2 Necros slaves. Who wants to make a shit ton of Ooga Booga Stella right now? Huh? I need people to volunteer. I need people to volunteer. Man. I am NA, yes. You're unlocking EDA? Okay. I wish I could help you. But EDA, like, unlocking EDA is way easier than EDA, to be fair. You know what I love about this ephemera is that it gets faster when you move fast. So if you ever move tech, it just goes back and forth. It's really goofy looking. Dude, I should try to get Wilson on. Or Nova. Let's try to get this Wordle done while we're waiting. Oh, we got a lot here. I almost feel like it's that. Okay. Really? Really? What the fuck word is this? Oh, I shouldn't have tried that one. That was a bad guess, actually. What the fuck is this word? Maybe I'll grab a hint. Let's see what letters I get from the hints. Okay, I got the letters I already knew. GG. The hints gave me nothing. Oh, duh. Yeah, duh. Duh, it's an easy wordle. I'm just stupid. Isn't it like 3 or 4 a.m.? It is 12:40. But it's also my weekend, so I get to indulge a little bit. Big stretch. Big old man stretch. It's capital, it's nev. Like that. It doesn't matter. The caps or no caps doesn't matter. Because there is no lowercase nev. Why can't I view my own profile? Ugh, DE always changing shit nobody asked them to change. I should finish doing this just to do it. It takes like no time. I'm just lazy. It takes like fucking negative time. I have so few weapons left to level. Look at this. There's a handful of weapons. Actually, it's kind of crazy how few weapons I have left to level. Now that I'm thinking about it, fuck, I really should just knock this out. I'm on invite only. Just message me. I'll invite you. That's the whole point. Unless you'd have fucking another Dante and a Necros. Also, we have to wait for Michka anyways. Who is this goat, by the way? Who is this goated individual? Insign, nice. 802 out of 808? What are we missing? Kestrel Prime, Caliban, Paragel, Tenet Quanta. Brand new stuff. Makes sense. Alter. Could not deliver invite. GG. Try again. I might have to leave this instance and rejoin it. I will leave this instance and join it. Or re-invite people. Anybody else in chat, man? Somebody else in chat. Come here, chat. There we go. Oh, okay. It's on your end? Okay. Warframe at its finest, buggy as shit. Always, dude. Warframe's always buggy. It'll never not be buggy, you know? Warframe will never, ever not be buggy. You know... I wonder if 300% crit chance works for the companion. Seeing as how they use gap mods, but only if you also have the buff. Which makes me wonder about this. If I have to get melee kills to trigger this, it takes forever? Yeah, it does take a while. Why fix the bugs when you can have half the team changing shit nobody wanted changed? So true. Guys, you don't have to fix the bugs if they're always distracted from the bugs. They're always distracted with new stuff. Makes perfect sense. I wish I could get this to have heat and elec on it. That would be nice. But there's no way to, I don't think. No, because of the innate tox. Should work. My wife said that when she gave me the Viagra. And it didn't work. Dude, I forgot how fucking goated the thing was that I have. Yippee! Woohoo! Yippee! Wow! Yay! There goes. I mean, I could just... You know? Nothing like some good blood pressure medicine. That's interesting. I could persistent slop. I don't want to deal with the boss. I'd rather just wait for the Dante to come back. Or get a Dante Spectre. The Dante Spectre might die. It's got to get kills, and it kind of won't. I kind of know that it won't, too. So it's like, it's not kind of worth it. You just have slop on Necros? GG. You don't... What? What? What word was supposed to be no? What? Oh, I don't know, comma, Spectre is OP. Gotcha. I saying. Okay. I was like, what the fuck is Stance trying to convey to me right now? I'm so lost. Or just beyond confused. More range? You don't need it. The whole arena... Dude, you're already over range. The whole arena is less than 50 meters. The whole arena is like 20. And this is your radius. The base range is good enough, realistically. Honestly, you could get away with running fucking a persistence build instead. I mean, it doesn't matter what you run, though, to be honest. I would say, if anything, I would say efficiency, probably. Just because you're going to be getting so many... Well, I guess it doesn't really matter, huh? Because you should be getting enough orbs. Although you're not going to be using your force, so Shield of Shadows is pointless. Yeah, it's not worth it. Waiting for our Dante to come back. Dante! I mean, again, invite is open to all stream watchers. Everybody who's watching stream. Everybody. Every single one of you. All of you. All of you. All of you. We want somebody. I mean, we could try to go to recruiting chat. Let's just say we need a Dante slave. I could also try going to the servers. All the community servers fucking suck. I don't really feel like dealing with community members. Pride frame. Mesa and cave. What else is going on for Pride? All the Pride stuff. Let's go. I have these ones. What else can I buy? I already own these, right? Yeah, I already have. Yeah, already owned. I don't know why they're not showing up with the check mark. Oh, I can buy like infinite of these. Awesome. You can only buy 10 million at a time? Bruh. That is 10 million, right? Yeah. I could afford that. Squad Might did the 3rd mission and you lost? Oh no! Nipple Piercing Prime comes out today. Nipple Piercing Prime does come out today. Why did they make this decoration 25,000? It's fucked up. It's fucked up, man. This one's also that's fucked up. Here, Nestor, do you want us to really quickly just speedrun and carry you so that you can play with us? Here. Let's literally just speedrun you, because we can cheese the fuck out of it. We can run bullshit, and you can... Because the thing is, you have to run your... And yeah, in order to unlock EDA, you have to run with your restrictions. But it doesn't matter what rerun. So we can just run bullshit and just absolutely plow through it. So go ahead. I think you're in my friends list as Nestor. Are you not? Are you in my friends request? Are you Nelson? You're in my pending. Steinax glyph. Chuck Bronson? Chuck. Invite. Alright, Chuck. Go ahead and just make sure you have all of your stuff selected. We'll run the regular Deep Archimedia. I can take all of these off now. And, yeah. Make sure that you have all your stuff. And we'll unlock it for you real quick. Takes no time. We can speedrun. Make sure you got everything. You ready? All right, go for it. Okay, whatever. There we go. Oh, perfect. Oh, make sure, Necros, make sure you have your 3 on for me. I depend on your health orbs for energy. Wherever my... Oh. What do I see, Mag? Where are you? Oh, because we're just running... Okay, I see. Never mind. It's fine then. I see what you got going on. That's okay. I missed one. It's so tough. Whatever. My teammates can get it. Right, surely. Mine. Give me those orbs. What the fuck did my 4 go? Whatever. You're back? That's okay. We will... That's perfect, actually. We will, we'll finish this. We're unlocking for Nestor, and then after we're done unlocking Nestors, we'll run with you. So we're not even doing EDA right now, just regular DA. That is perfect then. So we're like speedrunning right now, as you can see. Okay, he's going for that. Nice void sling. Oh. Out of energy for some reason. There we go. I wonder why my health orbs are doubled. Why are you moving? I've always hated that. Somebody activated their Moderai ability. Now I'm inspired. Dante isn't really needed since we can use Spectres. Yeah, but the Spectres can die. They don't tend to get enough kills to keep the Overguard up on themselves. So that's why I'd rather have a Dante person. We should take, we should be taking Dante instead of Korra or Nova. Because Nova blows up corpses, so our Necros won't be able to catch them, and Korra won't be able to kill them for the dome, so it doesn't matter. So the best pick is Dante just for comfort. Or we're going to double Necros, so that too, actually. Damn. These guys are tanky. What the fuck? We're finding Voka. I like that. Here. I like that we're finding Voka. I'll grab that for you. You can find more that way. What am I doing? Give me this. Oh. Never mind then. 3% damage. Damn. I'm sure there's a way to get that one. Probably some way to get that. I don't know. I will farm combo off of you, my friend. Energy orbs. Give me you. I'll take it. Let's go! Melee influence for the win! Oh. Did you miss the Equinox slander? Dome just need to grab them, not kill. The dome does not need to kill, but they do need to be in the dome. But the problem is I'm going to be using Vauban for Ragdoll, so... It wasn't so much Equinox slander gamble as it was just... I mean, it's just kind of slop. You can tell that, like... Why Necros? Double Necros because the, Do I think the update will be worth a damn today? Yes, I think it's a good update that's coming. I think that they have a really high-quality update on their hands. A lot of content. So I think it's worth it if you want to stream it. Oh, nice. Cool fucking movement, Nev. Fucking chud. Ow. I took damage from something. Steel Path Railjack? Supposedly Steel Path Railjack. But, I mean, we'll see. Ooh, I'll take that. Hey, 10-star. Don't get blinded. Don't get blinded. Wow, very laggy. Hopefully they don't break Railjack, make it crash every 5 minutes. What fucking video game do you think this is, man? Of course it's gonna do that. It's Warframe. Oh, they're all under in those weird areas. I'm just gonna leave those. He's gonna get blinded. Give me you. Yep. Oh. Gimme. Oh, laggy. Oh, nice lag, dude. Nice frames. Holy fucking frame rate. Nice. I can see. Oh, this is really cool. Why? Well, here's my ammo. There we go. Okay, I guess they're stuck over here on the outskirts. Interesting. Maybe I need a little bit more Vobin range. Why are you over here, man? So I need a little bit more range on the Vogan. Okay, that's that dealt with. We can now get the fuck out of here. Okay. SP Railjack might be difficult because the scaling is so much more contained, is the thing. SP Railjack might actually be like challenging, like content-wise. Alright, well, that was easy. Alright, now we are on to Elite Temporal Archimedia. Bonk. And then we'll grab Mika. Michka. Double Necros Dante Gaming. And then I need to tweak my range. Because I need more range. Honestly, I don't need strength. What I should do is I should just grab a different... I should just grab this build, right? Yeah, that's Freelo. Just a straight range build. Failed to join session? Try again. Why didn't it unlock for you? It should have. Did you equip all the debuffs? So in order to unlock Elite Temporal Archimedia or Elite Deep Archimedia, you have to have all of these and all of these. So when you're on regular Archimedia, you have to get to this thing at the bottom. So if you didn't click all of these and all of these, you have to do all of them. Did you have the loadout selected correctly? If you see this at the bottom, then you did it. If not, then you missed something. You missed a weapon, or you missed a warframe, or you missed this. Okay, yeah, if you did, so if you see this at the bottom, then up top here, you click on this. And that's how you get Elite. That's it. It's not like a different mission. It's the same mission, you just click on this instead. So as long as you see this at the bottom, and it's good, then you can click that. Any of them. As long as these are highlighted. As long as when you did this, this is unlocked. As long as all of these are highlighted, then you should have it. So as long as it's one of these weapons, one of these warframes, all of the debuffs. You missed 25. God damn it. You know, there was supposed to be, yeah, a tutorial here. That's your bad, so you don't have Elite? God damn it, Nestor. So if I hit this, it'll kick you out? Yeah, it will. Or maybe. It must have deselected it. We all know how good DE's tutorials are. Yeah. In your initial run. That's why I said to double check them all. That's why I was like, make sure you double check and reselect them so that you have all your debuffs. Hello, Rowan. So do we have to do regular Deep Archimedia again? I mean, we did it pretty fast. We can do it again. It's just kind of time gated. I don't mind doing it again. To be frank with you, we just ran through it. You deselected by mistake? Oh my good god. It's okay. Alright, so here. We'll just go again. It's okay. It's not that bad. Alright. And we will, Dogwater defense mission. They called contractors for the Teshin quest. They did. And that's why it's kind of retarded. That's why it's like kind of bad. That's fine then. Alright. Make sure you grab everything. Make sure you grabbed everything. Make sure you see 25. I don't want to fucking go until you're certain there's 25 at the bottom. At the bottom of the thing, does it show you 25? Do you see this right here? Is it here? Please tell me it's there. I'm not starting until you say. You got it? Okay. Build magnetic for shields. Yeah, right? Come on, man. Spawn already. There we go. There we go. That should be the only guy that we have to kill for the rest of the mission. Because I'll fucking do the thingy. Time-gated defense mission. Tutorial based on 2020 info? Yes. Quite literally, yes. Outdated fucking tutorial. I should auto die? Yeah, good. Next round is reduced because Nev is a smart cookie. How the fuck did you... What? I just went through the wall. Gang. Gang, gang. How do you have 100%? Well, you see? I don't mind if I do. I love that bug fucking still works. So stupid. That's been in the game since launch, by the way, for Mirror Defense, if you did not know. EDA Mirror Defense has had that bug literally since the beginning of EDA Mirror Defense. The stupidest fucking bug on planet Earth. Oh, my dog is getting kills. Good for him. Might want to avoid sitting on the enemy on the objective. I promise you that we're so fine. We are so fine. This thing is not taking damage anytime soon. Here, everybody. Come get 30 to the 4th power damage boost. The fuck? He didn't die? Okay, I was gonna say. No way, right? You're just overly cautious. The objective's at full HP, and we have Vauban. We're fine. Full health and shields. We're so okay. We did it! Yay! What is that song? That sounded like shit. I want this one. The more the better I feel. Mirror defense PTSD hits hard. You know, I feel it, man. There we go. Now that there's 4 of us, this early phase will be so fast. Because the amount of kills doesn't change for these things to go, but we get more eyes because there's more of us. So we have more defense points, which means we get just way more fucking progress. 4-manning this is like how you speedrun it. Much faster. Dude, my inability to fucking move is impressive. What? Give me square. Shit room, but that's okay. We can deal with it. You already got that one? You did. I'm just gonna go for kills to get more eyes revealed. Okay, maybe not if we're not picking up eyes? Question mark? Okay. Just get kills. Last eye. Where'd the eye go? There it is. What? Okay. Oh, I hate this room. This room makes me want to punch somebody. Whoa! Hey there. Okay, I avoided that, I think. Cool. Can't believe I used to race for speed times in this game mode. DE made one thing better as a group, not on purpose. Why is my fire rate broken? Why is my fire rate broken? Awesome. Can you guys see anything? Because I sure fucking can't. This is really cool. I have like low visual effects intensity, by the way. I have like them at 50. Oh, there's the guy. Where the fuck is the guy? Over here attacking nothing. There's a Voca back there, but I didn't feel like grabbing it. You guys can grab it on the way, whoever wants to. Yippee! Well, that was fun. Allegedly. Okay. We can finally do ETA. Please, bro. Please let us do ETA. Please tell me you unlocked it. You unlocked it, right? We can do it now. We can finally... Yeah. Yeah. Because we don't give a I mean, you probably care about the rewards. Oh my god, I don't have EDA. Fucking please. Alright, thank god. Alright, double Necros time, baby. The last time we have to do these fucking missions. I'm so excited. Hello? And then we can just sit there, and I can just hold E, killing the puddle. And hopefully the homeboy just goes away, you know? Hopefully just somebody distracts him, and I just sit there. Just hold E on puddle. Kill enemies forever. You know what? I don't know. Only one Necros? Oh, I can't press pause menu. That's concerning. I was gonna say, grab double Necros. Chuck. I can press the escape now. One of our Necroses should maybe run a melee weapon with Guardian Derision to try to get the boss to aggro them. Am I gonna play until the new update? Fuck no. I'm gonna play until I'm tired. I'm gonna go to bed. I'm gonna wake up and play the update. All good? We want double Necros. There we go. Oh, I can't force start this mission. Doesn't matter. Any melee, doesn't matter. Just Guardian Derision in the mod. That way you can take the boss aggro and just fucking walk off to a corner and just deal with it. Just hold him there. Altair has it? Alright, Altair has it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, Nestor. We could just go. Don't worry about running it. I also can't force start the mission. It's really cool. Can I force start it this way? Nope. We just have to... Somebody has to vote yes and start the mission. We have... Mijka. Everybody get in the door. There we go. I'm so proud of us. We managed to start the mission. Cool. Oh, that's fun. Oh, I almost forgot. I'm the one to do these. This build has decoy? GG. Perfect. Stupidest fucking bug in the universe. Oh, when we get into the actual thing, by the way, don't use your fourth ability. Nestor, don't use the fourth. When we get into the actual mission. It's fine if you use it now. Yeah. Just because it'll fuck with spawns. I say actual mission. Into the boss chamber. You can use your 4 all the fuck you want till that. What is boosting my crit? Oh, button. Fucking moron. Man, my frames are not happy. Multiplayer Warframe is a fucking lag machine. Hey buddy, thanks for spawning. I'm gonna borrow you for combo, so that I can get my incarnate off of you and move on. I don't know if I have enough combo duration actually. I don't. I'm lucky. Oh, maybe I do. No! Just a bit too slow. What is my visual effect intensity? It's at 50, brother. I'm gonna drop this to like 15, I guess. So I can see. Oh, I should have run the loot cat or something. I didn't grab the double loot fucking pet mod. That's a issue on my part. Dang. Dang, I trolled. Can't have it on hounds. I know, that's why I'm saying I should have run a different companion. I don't need it on. I don't need the hound. We ran the hound earlier because we didn't have AoE control, but now that we're just running whatever for the farm, it's like, oh, I should have grabbed that. Oh well. Oh well, what are you gonna do? Nah, I didn't even think about it. I just thought about it right now. Can you believe that it's 8 minutes 50 seconds with speed strats for this mission, dude? DE, have we considered maybe making this like 5 minutes? All builds you tried felt too clunky to play and inefficient. You must give back your weapons and Warframe content. True. True, I am indeed inefficient. I don't even hit that guy for some reason. No, damage. Hello. I'll take it. Where? Oh, here. I see. Where the fuck did my fourth just go? Whatever. Man, my frame rate improved massively. Love this video game and its inconsistencies of frame rate. Heartburn. Ugh. Yeah, we can just extract monsters. Goddamn, 2-minute exterminates feel so fucking slow, dude. Oh, okay. Man, I love peptides. Brother. Oh, right. The first vitriums, you just want one plume. Where the fuck is the other squares? Hello? Why are they so far away? I only see one here. What the fucking skibbity? Shit, I accidentally launched that guy. Okay, we're good. I'm not gonna lie, I just kind of sat there shooting at that for no reason. Oh, this is a good arena. All right. Want to buy Dante Overguard? Who else went down? You went down, you went down, you went down. Want to buy Overguard? What happened to Dante? I keep getting staggered. Can't res yourself? What? Are you down? Where are you? There we are. Okay, we just need the boss to not be over here. There we go. There's the boss. Nice. Okay, Altair's got the boss. I'm gonna try to move this over here then. Try to stay away from the boss. I think somebody. Oh, you know what? Somebody's hound is attacking it with heat procs or something, or companion. It's taking damage. You guys like this gameplay? Good stuff, huh? Oh, darn. Let's see where he spawns. I'm gonna let you lure him before I... Yep, there he goes. He's going right for Altair. Good stuff. God, I wish he wasn't taking damage from whatever. Something is attacking him. Oh, there he goes. He's in vuln. Oh. Wait, Altair, do you think you can get in a spot where you're far enough away from him that he stays in vuln, but he's still chasing after you? I reckon not, but I mean, if it's possible. There we go. Look, he's in vuln. Look at that. Oh, is he on me? He's on me now. That's not good. It's not very good for the farm. I'm like skedaddle over this way. He's taking so much damage. Bro, how are there 1,000 heat procs on him? Who the fuck is hitting him? See, but keeping him in vuln like that is really good. Oh, he's getting Electrox. I think he's close to me or something. Oh, there he is. Behold the enemy Blender 9000. He keeps going away? Interesting. Yeah, him being invuln is very good. Oh, that's the boss. Let's try not to hit him. Oh, he got stunned. Some luck. Well, if he's gonna stay over there, then he can stay over there, I guess. There we go. Slipped over. This is such a goofy blender, bro. The heat is from your Otomo. Stop attacking the guy, the big guy. Leave him alone. We don't want him to die. We want him to live. We want him to stay alive forever. Because we're trying to kill the Relentless Tide for the Stella farm. We're at 400 Stella right now. Yeah, don't attack this fucking guy. What's wrong with you, you fool? I wish there was a way for us to jump to this to repeat it over and over. Him going invuln is so good for us. Yeah, we're exploiting the Relentless Tide for the Stella farm. So we're at 400 Stella? God, I wish this box had a healing mechanic. I want to try to get 800 Stella. No companion 800 Stella I'll be happy with, but I don't think I'm going to get it. I think I'm going to get like maybe 550. No, there he goes. What do we get? 548? Oh, come on. Give me 550. 550. I'll take 550. It's not terrible. Could have been a lot more. 638? Nice. I should have brought companion for the loot. Interesting. $200? Oh man. I think the method might literally just be to try to keep him invuln or something. I don't know. How many did you get, Nestor? Oh my god. How? I don't know. I don't know. Once you lure him, it's like, it's kind of GG's, but I don't know. Just like, because you move away from him because he's got the whatever, but he'll just chase you, so it's like, you can look for stupid decoy spots. Yeah, maybe a decoy spot that could just keep him distracted. You got 544? Nice. That was the point of that run. Outside the map? Yeah. Yeah, if you can get a decoy outside the map and he'll actually chase it, that could be goated. Well, that wasn't too bad. God, I was reminded mid-run when I saw that, like, oh, my dual Ichor is hitting, like, 0.5 mil damage and like 5 mil damage on like a heavy attack, like 0.5 mil damage per cloud tick, like just how overpowered this weapon is. I was like in the middle of using it, I'm like, oh my god, this is stupid. This thing is just so dumb. It hits so hard for no reason. No justification for this weapon to hit as hard as it does. So strong for no reason. Insane weapon. Are we done? I don't know. Mika's done. I would like to grind more, but I don't know. I kind of want to do like, I got like one more in me and then I'm kind of tapped. I also might just go to bed. I want to eat food and go to bed. It's 2 in the morning. You want to find some stupid decoy spots? We could try duoing with like a Dante Spectre. Or we could try running with, we could just try running with Nestor as our Dante instead of double Necros. Just for the sake of doing it again. If you want to go again, Nestor. Or if anybody else wants to join. Anybody else in chat. We're I asked if you wanted to go again for another Stella farm, Nestor. And you could run as the Dante this time. Just for the... we could do single Necros just to do it. Up to you, if you want to. I got like one more in me. It is up to you guys. I would rather Dante so that I have overguard regen when I kill shit, as opposed to, I mean, Synax can also generate overguard, but like you have to be pressing your 4, so you'll just be holding 4 constantly, basically. So it's like I'd rather have Dante. So that it's just passive. You just set the button, just set and forget. You know what I mean? That way I don't have to worry about, like... Yeah, Altair also needs Dante. I mean, if your Stynax can keep up with the energy demand... We do have a Necro, so we have, like, infinite health orbs. It's up to you. If your Stynax can do what the Dante does for us, with just like literally infinite overguard 24/7, just non-stop, then sure. Just don't hit the boss with it. You want to hit the puddle of enemies that we're targeting, because the whole point is to keep the boss alive as long as possible. Because if we keep the boss alive, then we just farm Relentless Tide for Stella forever. That's like the method. I think what other primary weapons I want to bring just to make the whatever easier. Yeah? Alright then. You know what? Let it ride then, sure. I'll take your word on it. We'll see how it goes. Should I try to run this? This seems like a funny thing to run. Your 4 does damage? Yeah, that's what I figured. What the? Where did you fucking go? Oh, you probably left the thing. That makes sense. Log is online. I should ask Log if he wants to join. Oh, he's not in the fucking thing anymore. I forgot about that. Yo. Do you wanna farm Stella? Who else is online? Josh is online. Yak is online. You're gonna grab some boosters? Oh, dude, was I running without boosters? Okay, now I got boosters. Oh, I should run my booster cat, though. Good call. Probably a drop chance booster would be good. Yeah. I will. I'm gonna run my loot cat. Do you have drop chance? Okay. I can't even get to the bottom of the list before this all finishes building. Good God. I should see... Hang on, let me message Yak. Let me message Yak. At Yak. Would you like to farm Stella with me on stream? You were doing a defense arbitration earlier, you got overguard to 150,000? Nice. Nice. Operator, you have no foundry items. Claim them now. Man, all of these invigorations suck. Should I just invite everybody on my friends list until somebody responds? Just invite log and see what happens. What are we waiting for? We're trying to find a fourth. We don't need a fourth, but I want a fourth. I'm hesitant to grab a Necros bot from region chat, or recruiting chat, I should say. Invite. Perfect. Nice. All right. I should have asked if this guy can do EDA, but it's okay. We'll find out. We'll see. MR22, suspect, but we'll see. We will see. Stream's still going? Stream is still going. Can I rename the stream? Okay. You can deselect your debuffs, Nestor. It's okay. Okay, he left squad, cool. Perfect. Ideal. We're going with 3, we're going with 4. Alright. Let's go. Oh. Yeah, I kind of knew this wouldn't go well. Well, we might just go with 3. I mean, we'll see if he gets it. He probably didn't do the elite. He probably didn't unlock the elite. Well, I mean, we don't have to waste that much time. He's just a fucking whatever. He's just random. I'm not too butthurt about him. I guess he can't. Yeah. Oh, that's fine. Oh yeah, I'm gonna look for kills really quickly. Okay, I'm just gonna get a couple kills for multi-shot and shit. Okay, there we go. Now that I have my schmills, come on. There we go. Yeah, he didn't know he had to do the fucking regular EDA. That's par for the course. I kind of knew that recruiting chat wouldn't be able to, but you know, I mean, you never know. Sometimes recruiting chat has ballers in it. Most of the time it doesn't. Oh, somebody got the bug for me, thank you. I genuinely forgot and would have had to kill another fucking guy. Why is this container so tanky? What's the purpose for that? Why does that tank? Why does that container need hands? You know what I mean? Whoa! Hey, our objective just took hella damage. Awesome. That was a Blast Xmas, I believe, that just fucked it up sideways. Well, that's okay. Alright, we are still taking damage. Let's not do that. I'm gonna drop one of these down. I think it's the hallway here, because they always get pot shots before they get stunned. And I will camp this hallway. Just try to get more goodies. Okay, just keep healing it. I'm gonna do deeper bestials to kind of give us more aggressive protection. That way we don't have to worry about that again. Okay, I was gonna say, the guy hasn't died yet. What happened there? Little sketchy, but it's all good. One there, one there, one there. That should keep us much more aggressively covered, which is just gonna be my model for now. Fuck did the other got it. Oh, now Log answers me after we're fucking nuts deep in this mission. Oh, yeah, thank you for bug abusing. GG. There we go. go. We got our heal on this. Do it like that. There we go. There we go. It's like it never took damage in the first place. Smile. Give us really aggressive Bastille coverage. Get fucked, nerd. I will follow you to the ends of the earth. A little worried for a second there. How the fuck did we get 10 minutes, but we got all the... Huh? DE, yo, make it makes... Oh, because we waited for the homie. Never mind. We waited for the guy in the beginning. How did you do? No, you're just, yeah, you're chilling. Yeah, I didn't even notice overguard, so, yep. You are indeed adequate. Good job. Damn, I almost just got one shot. What the fuck? I didn't think my shields would break. Get fucking walked, holy. I got blown to smithereens and Savoka. Nice. Dude, Entrati Obels 150. Holy. Ah, don't die. Whoa. I'm just gonna farm combo count off of you if you're not gonna die. Oh, okay. Spoke too soon. What am I doing? This room is like kind of mid, kind of not. What? Oh, okay. Oh, nice parkour, man. Whoa, okay, that's not where I wanted to go. Alright, see if you get his aggro. That's kind of what we're interested in. I'm gonna try to get away from him. Trying to get him to not be interested. Oh, Altair went down. That's kind of what I was worried about with the Steinax instead of the Dante, which is that you probably won't be able to get that many kills because I'm going to be hoarding so many of them, you know? Oh, he's taking way less damage, though, which is great. We could do this farm for way longer. What? Weapon does such an insane amount of damage, it's so stupid. Want to buy? Oh, I didn't have Vortex, it's my fault. He just misses there where you're standing. That's so funny. Lol. Altair found the goat spot. You just stand there. Let's try to get this a little bit more. I love whatever I have minus 2,000% of. Are you able to desecrate all the way over here, Altair, or should I move closer? I can't hear desecrate noise, but I don't know if it's just because the game audio is so loud from all the chaos that's happening. $60 meter? Okay, we're chilling then. Yeah, you're fine. Okay. Nice. Oh, altar went down. The real problem is whether or not Altar is able to come pick up the Stella or not. Because some of the Stella will be lost as we kill things, right? So you'll have to, like, leave your spot and then come back. Or I guess you could... I don't know. If you leave your operator or your Warframe behind... I don't know. Or like if you use a decoy to keep him there, I guess. He does the bat attacks if you walk? I figure, yeah. I figure he does. This has got to be the most unwatchable, unhearable stream ever, dude. It's so obnoxious. Dude, look at what I've got going on my screen. Like, how do you even, you know? What is this game? It's Warframe, man. You know, beloved title Warframe, can't you tell? You know, I thought you would have been able to see from the early onset dementia I'm developing here. Relentless Tide is definitely one of the design choices of all time. The only thing I really have to worry about is staying at least 20 meters away from the boss, so that way I'm not hitting him with influence, right? So like, I should be like standing there, I think, for maximum coverage. Get as much stuff as possible. God, I can't see a fucking thing. It's just green for me. I was quoting Steve, so true. waypoint for the boss, so I know where to avoid being. There he is. Yeah, what a Warframe stream, huh? Imagine you're like a brand new player. You've never played Warframe before, you know, you've never seen it. You decide to click on a Warframe stream and this is what you're met with, dude. What would you even, like, how could I even convey to you what is on your screen right now? Like what you're looking at. Like, yeah, this is the video game Warframe. Can't you tell? What, you didn't notice right away? Yeah, the Overguard is just less consistent than Dante. Oh, I accidentally dropped my crit. Oh well. Dante crit, or Dante Overguard is just so stable. I don't ever have to think about it. This one, I'm not gonna die, but there are times where, like, I get staggered because of, like, the brief moments, you know? I dropped my Overguard again? Dude, what's wrong with me? I kind of knew that Sty was gonna struggle with uptime because of the KPM. Because I'm just hogging so many of the kills. What the fuck? Not in this side moment? Oh, it's probably my fault, actually. $322 for you? That makes sense. You haven't been able to come over here and get your pickups. Low key, you should probably be using Mag's fucking greedy pull. Because my vortex will just beat greedy pull. But it would allow you to pick up loot. You know? Yeah. 'Cause I'm sitting at a cool 800 right now. How many kills do I have? 5,000 kills, by the way. Holy. We've been in here for 20 minutes. So, what's 5,000 divided by 20? That's a lot, that's what it is. Hang on, somebody who has access to their phone really quickly, or like their whatever. 5,000 divided by 20. Decoy is saving your ass right now, though. Yeah, we've been stalling really good. 20 minutes and the boss hasn't gone through first phase is insanely good stall. Maybe it's just a 4-man stall thing. It's just a 2 Necros thing. One with decoy and one with fucking pull, I guess, to like pull the loot to the other Necros. And the 2 Necros just stand next to each other. You know what I mean? I feel like that's the method. And then the Dante. Oh no, greedy pull doesn't pull for allies anymore. That's right. Fuck, dude, I forgot about that. That's so sad, dude. DE really ruined greedy pull. I think it's time for DE to add greedy pull back. Oh, I'm out of combo. That's not good. You got major lag? Yeah, that's probably the pickups, if I'm gonna be honest with you. Application. Getting too many kills. Styanax. Really, the issue is that half these fucking enemies self-destruct when they die, and they all stagger and explode. My stream is buffering? I wonder why, man. I wonder what I could possibly be doing that would maybe be stressful for my video encoding that would make my stream buffer a lot. I wonder if something is perhaps lagging my game. For you as well. Maybe, chat, it might be time to end the farm. What do we think? Oh. I say we end the farm. I think we got a good amount of Stella. I got 1,000. Which is double my current supply. I think I am okay ending the farm. Your remote died. Motherfucker's playing on the smart TV. Warframe smart TV type shit. Oh my god, my frame skyrocketed. Holy, I didn't even realize I was playing at like fucking 20 FPS that whole time. Oh my god, I can see again. Okay. Well, that was fun while it lasted. You know, 1,000 Stella. Just a casual 1,000 Stella run. It's all good. Oh. Cat Thulu. Oh. God. Okay. So... we're at almost 300 kpm. Almost 300 kpm for that setup. That's about half of what we were getting during Jade Shadows. But honestly, my frames were really low. And those enemies had, like, a higher time to kill just because, like, they had to travel to the vortex to die. Whereas, like, during the Jade Shadows bug with the final room stall, where you could just sit there with a Saren, it was literally the enemies would spawn and instantly die. So, I mean, considering that, like, Relentless Tide KPM almost 300, I'll take almost 300 KPM. Also, I guess it's a little bit, we probably got more than 300 if we think about the fact that the first, 5 minutes of the mission, the first 5 minutes of the mission was just doing the actual setup for that as well. So we probably were more than 300 kpm, realistically. Which I'm fairly happy with. I'm okay with that. Oh my god. 7,200 kills. Oh? Oh? Is my Warframe screen frozen? Oh, awesome. Warframe is frozen. Like, visually frozen. What if I, like... Nope, nothing. Not a new loot cave. No, it's just Relentless Tide. I'm visually... I fucked up and my Warframe is frozen, though, so I guess I gotta close window. I can't close window. Awesome. Awesome. Where's Task Manager? Oh. There we go. Okay, good. Yeah, I don't get to see my last mission. That sucks. I don't remember how much Stella we got. You're in the wall, you saw me. That's so weird. Oh my god. That's quite a good setup, considering there's a couple things we could do to optimize. If we could get the fragmented boss to somehow clip outside of the map, or just be outside of my range, right? Whilst I am still able to vortex in the center, I'd be able to get enemies quicker, because some of the enemies have to travel the whole length of the ability, right? In order to get to the vortex. So I wasn't able to get all of the enemies. I had to, like, move towards the center. But if I move towards the center, then I'd be getting them with a 20-meter radius for influence. There's a corner in that arena? Yeah. What's the goal? Just a Stella farm. It's just Relentless Tide Stella farm, Ifta. You could go back in time and watch. You can just see it on the stream, what we were doing. And we got decent. We got 1,000 Stella in 20-something minutes. Which, like, that's a lot of Stella to get, you know, for the amount of Stella I had. We basically, there's a 50% increase for my Stella, which is fairly decent. God damn. A lot of these to rank up. Ah! We can easily make it a lot better. I agree. I agree. Especially for the Necros. The Necros got fucked that one. Our poor Necros just doesn't get any Stella pickups. Yeah, the other thing is, like, we need people to immediately pick up loot because of lag. Because the more loot sits there, the laggier it gets. Pull should work, I agree. Pull would probably be fine. And then, yeah, just having Dante instead of Stynax. Oh, that's right. I rolled all my Kuva earlier, so I now have a need for Kuva. Come here, Iron Wake. If you have Dante, you don't need Decoy? Yeah, I agree. I agree. Hello, Padme. Riven Slayers! Hello! Requiem Ultimates! Riven Lords! Riven Lords! Riven Transmuters! Veiled Riven Ciphers! Decoy only helps the small mobs, makes sense. What? You can't open the door if you fast travel here? What's the... What happened? I'm stuck in here. Padme kidnapped me. You know, I'm sitting in a dark room, and I can't really see all that well up here. Like, I can't see shit. I'm in a dark room. Like, my monitor brightness is up, and I can't see fucking anything up here. It kind of makes me believe I'm not supposed to be up here. Which is all the more reason that I should fuck around in here. There's a couple holes in this map that I know about. I bet there's one in here. Yeah, I bet you there's a hole here if I could operate her. If I could operate her, I'd break out easily. Birds make the time to kill faster. I mean, the time to kill is basically 0. They're either getting one hit by the blades or by the fucking clouds two-ticking them. The time to kill is already really fucking high. Because this build is just, like, blending. I mean, like, blending. I'm hitting for fucking millions of damage on just regular ass hits. Yeah, Dante is just the comfort pick, is the thing. Fucking dual I-core moment, man. Such a stupid-ass weapon. So good. I like it. It's so stupid. I'm like thinking about like just how like genuinely 300 kpm just for fucking sitting there swinging these. Like I wasn't even. God, that's so stupid. You're responsible for the lag in some way? Definitely not. It's just the amount of kills and pickups that there are. It's the fact that the game is frequently spamming enemy spawns, I would reckon. Oh, your drops do, but like they wouldn't be that bad. It wouldn't be enough to just lag the game. The thing is, right? What really lags the game is if everybody's drops are there. If one person isn't picking up drops, like, yeah, it's going to contribute a lot of lag, but realistically, like, the game is also just going to memory bloat as time goes on. So, like, the fact that none of us have, like, I don't know who here, if anybody here has 64 gigs of RAM, but, like, it doesn't really matter because the game is just going to bloat as we continue to play on the same instance. Like, at some point, you just need to restart the game because you just run out of memory. But, yeah. Not necessarily something that you can actively make better or worse. Like, at some point, if we were in that mission for, say, 2 hours, for example, by the time we got to an hour 30, we would have all been, like, 10 FPS. Just because, like, as the game goes on, it just degrades. Regardless of what our computers looks like. DE doesn't cull information properly. Basically, okay, I'm actually going to explain something to you guys, and it's going to, like, blow your fucking mind a little bit. When you're playing in multiplayer, the game has to hold on to more data than when you're playing solo, because it doesn't write anything to the disk, and it doesn't write anything to, like, temporary storage, and it doesn't condense or cull information properly. So basically, this game has to keep track of everything that happens in a mission, right? Everything that happens, the game has to keep track of it. And the problem with keeping track of everything that happens is that it gets really expensive really quickly. And so you would think that if you had to keep track of everything that happens, you would use some really advanced compression system to reduce the amount of footprint that you leave on the game's active loaded memory. The problem with that is what DE is able to optimize and what DE is able to compress is directly tied to the netcode of the game. So the fact that this game is peer-to-peer and can only ever be peer-to-peer, there can never be dedicated servers because there can never be host-client continuity. Certain things just behave different on host and client. And if the game tried to run everybody as host, it would just, like, the game would not function. Multiplayer-wise, the game would not function. So much is built into the really fucked up netcode of the game, and so much is not functional on, like, a fundamental level if you remove the netcode multiplayer part of the game. Like, the reason the game gets laggy the longer you're in a mission almost exclusively has to do with how much extra information the game has to hold on to when you're playing in multiplayer. If you want a perfect example of this, get into a disruption mission and just chill with your homie for like an hour 30. And you'll notice that when your homie leaves and you stay, you get a massive bump in frame rate because you send all of the fucking data to your homie to load. So basically, when you're extracting, you're transferring all of the fucking load from your memory footprint on your computer. All of the strain goes from your computer to your homie to load during extraction, which is then felt as the extraction loading buffer period. And then after like maybe 30 seconds to a minute after your friend leaves the mission, sometimes it's faster, it just fucking, your frames just skyrocket. It's that they use one arena bump allocator and 2 garbage collectors all fighting each other, to be honest. So from what I understand, because I don't know how to read the code of Warframe. I don't know how to read Warframe's code. I literally took a basic level scripting class. I know like the fundamentals and basics of computer science and like the easiest, most bitch baby Python fucking like holding my hand how to use like the baby bitch version of Python, right? Like barely. I'd struggled and had to debug really fucking hard to get like a basic fucking script running, right? I know that's my computer programming knowledge. But what I understand, right? What I do know. Let me just grab fucking MS Paint here, and I'll probably unflashbang you guys because this is a pain in the ass to look at. There we go. We're gonna go like that. Basically what happens is the game has to keep track of everything that's going on for you, the player, right? And every time you have a homie involved, it has to also keep track of everything that's going on for them. Now, the issue for some reason is that this information is compressible. We can take all of this information, right? All of this shit, and we can condense it and squish it down. We can really do our best to condense this and save a lot of space. But for some fucking reason, this information just cannot be compressed. Or if it can be compressed, the change is so subtle that it's like, well, it's trying, it's definitely saving some space, but a lot of this just like has to remain this way for some fucking reason. And it has to remain this way because you then have to unload that information back to the player 1 so that they can then send this information to player 2. So basically what's happening is instead of player 2 saving this information themselves on their own machine, despite this game being peer-to-peer, what's happening is player 2's information that is being written is being sent to the host. And instead of player 2 holding on to it, the host is holding on to it. And then, after the mission is done, the host then sends this information back to player 2. I can't fucking tell you why. I genuinely do not know why. There has to be some fucking reason for it that I just do not understand. There has to be a reason for it. In the optimistic case of when you're early in the game's run cycle and nothing is allocated, bump allocators are hella fast. Is there some kind of beneficial reason for them to do it that way? The real answer is no. Because this game is so old, and it was built like fucking 13 years ago. It's this way because it's not coordinated. DE's Unreal Engine 2 fork has its garbage collector, Lua has a garbage collector, and the bump allocator is used to optimistically avoid a GC. I imagine GC is game crash or something. I don't know. I don't know. So, okay. So what you're saying is that Unreal Engine, DE's custom engine, because they have a modified Unreal Engine. So they have it's not Unreal Engine, it's Evolution Engine, right? Which is basically a modified version of an actively developed version of Unreal. Basically, it's Unreal with like a coat of paint. Whenever Unreal gets updated, their Evo engine gets updated back and forth. You know what I mean? Like they take parts of Unreal, they shove it into their engine. It's their custom engine. It's custom built for Warframe. But yeah. Imagine you allocate 50 bytes, then 70 with the bump allocator. You free the 50 bytes. You're unable to actually release it. You performantly take 120 bytes. Really? Okay, so what you're saying... Okay, it took me a second to realize... So basically what you're saying is... We've got this amount of information... What am I doing? We've got this amount of information that is reserved by one thing. And we've got this amount of information that's reserved by another thing. And what you're saying is that even if we come in and we... Oh, well, shit, that would be that. Even if we come in and we say, beep, you're done. Like, we don't need you anymore. Basically, because this is sitting on top of it, it can't go away. Is what you're saying. And then you're also... The point you're making that makes this even worse is that these are technically next to each other like this. So, if we pretend really quickly that our function here is a guy named Steve. Basically, Steve is over here. Hang on, I want to change Steve's color. Nope, that's the wrong. Change Steve's color. Steve is over here, and Steve is in charge of memory, right? He says, hey, this is the amount of space I need to allocate to this system. Steve goes to look at how much memory is being used here. And Steve is a dipshit. And he can see that this is being used and this is being used. But when this gets erased... I really should have picked a different color here. Whatever. When this gets erased, Steve is just unable to see that this is no longer being used anymore. For some reason, he can't look around this anymore because this is in the way. When it works out, because you only make 50 and then free it, you can reuse that memory immediately. Ah, I see what you're saying. Okay, so you're saying that in the ideal world, in the ideal system, what happens is something that looks kind of like this, where basically this gets assigned, and then it gets deleted before this one gets assigned. So that our boy Steve here can just look at it and say, this is the amount that we need to allocate. However, what ends up happening most of the time, or some of the time at some point, is this happens, and then before this can get deleted, this happens. And then let's say in our system, right, this happens again. And then he can see this, he can delete it, and that's good and dandy. But now we're still stuck with this situation, and this block is here. And what you're saying is that as this continues to happen over and over again, where like this keeps getting, whatever, introduced and deleted, at some point it's going to happen again. And then this becomes our new threshold, and this is why our memory is leaking. Is this basically what you're saying? If the game had one shared garbage allocator, it would be much better for performance. Now, I imagine that our guy Steve is like a germaphobe, and at some point there's a threshold that he just will not allow to cross. And at some point when that threshold is crossed, and our guy Steve looks at it, he probably, I would imagine he does something to say, okay, hold on, give me a second, let me fucking clear what's unnecessary, and then we can go back to writing shit the way that we want to. Unreal has one, Lua has one, and there's also non-GC stuff from the native C++ stuff. Interesting. See, okay, so here's something that I've noticed that maybe you'll be able to help me explain, or help me understand here. There are some times during missions where very randomly, and I do mean randomly, at some point, my frames will just skyrocket. Like, my game typically starts out at my starting highest FPS threshold. So let's just say that, like, when I'm streaming, I lock my frames to 120 FPS. Okay. As I'm playing a mission and as time goes on, my FPS gradually gets worse. And it doesn't get worse by a lot, but eventually at some point, maybe after an hour in mission, I'm at 90 FPS. Okay? Which, you know, over the course of an hour is whatever. Now, if I'm running with teammates, there's some variability here. And sometimes what happens is, let's say after like 45 minutes instead, because I've got, you know, +2 teammates here, my FPS is down to 90. Okay. Quite literally, no reason whatsoever. No reason at all whatsoever. After this point in time, or, you know, arbitrary amount of time, 45 minutes is a random number, that could be fucking whatever, something happens, and there's not even a lag spike, and I just go back to 120 FPS. And then it starts degrading again. And that can degrade over however much time. It doesn't really matter. But I notice very randomly, at some point in missions, the game seems to notice that the performance is dropping and tries to cull something. Something here that gets bloated up and takes up space. We call that a garbage collection stop the world event. So basically you're saying that some threshold gets met. That's a terrible straight line. And the game says, wait a fucking minute, kill everything, so that we can go back to storing shit. Is effectively what I'm picking up from that then. The thing is, this threshold is so unmeasurable because it doesn't always happen. It doesn't ever happen when, like, my FPS is at, like, 60 or 30, right? Or, like, fucking 10. Like, it never happens when my game is, like, really bad. It always happens when, like, my game is just going from, like, okay to, like, worse. My question to you, because you know more about computer science than I do, is why doesn't this just happen more frequently? Why does the game not do these stop the world events more regularly? Is it just... Is there, like, a different... like, okay, let me put it this way. What you've explained to me, basically, is that not all memory is equal. Some memory is like this, and some memory is like this, and whatever. Making a good garbage collector is hard. My question to you is basically, is it because this memory has, like, a limit to it that it cannot surpass, right? But this one doesn't. And so even if this one continues to, like, obliterate my fucking frames and continues to obliterate my shit, basically there's just no protocol for this one. Because this guy is the one that has the... Is that, like, what's going on here? Or, like, what? Like, I want to understand why. Because it's never like, oh, my performance is, like, destroying itself. That's the lack of coordination you're talking about. And I imagine part of the problem, or at least some fragment of the problem, just has to be because the game is built on these fundamental pillars of, like, really old, outdated code. And to go and dig into all of this stuff requires you to move all of the other shit out of the way. And because it's like a lattice structure and all of these shapes are kind of built onto each other, if you fuck with this one here, all of this comes down, basically. Because this gets affected and this gets affected and everything just gets fucked up. I imagine that's the problem, in a nutshell. Imagine you have 4 pools of memory. I could understand 2, but 4? Holy fuck. I could understand 2 or even 3 if it's, like, maybe something really strenuous or, like, something more computationally demanding. But I feel like 4 pools of memory is, like... Four pools of memory. You're saying that this guy, the arena allocator, is in charge of all 3 of these guys. He's the supervisor, basically, is what you're saying. So this guy is supposed to be monitoring these 3. And he's supposed to tell them when to put shit, where, and where to put it, and how, right? Is that what you're saying? Optimization to prevent the native stuff from being spread out. Oh, no, sorry. Okay, hold on. I misread what you're saying. What you're saying is that this guy will just put shit wherever he wants. He's just an asshole, and he'll just put fucking bytes wherever the fuck he wants. And so this guy's job is to corral him and force him to put it in the correct places, is what you're saying. There is no supervisor. Fuck, why is there no supervisor? I feel like it would be a really good idea if there was a supervisor, man. I feel like that's a good fucking idea. No? I feel like, you know? So that's the root of the problem. Interesting. So it doesn't really matter how much DE stacks optimization on top of optimization on all of these things. Because they're just putting band-aids and they're just putting polishing on the bigger issue. This guy is the problem. The corralling idea is mostly correct, but it doesn't coordinate with the other 2. Oh, you're saying that this guy... I get what you're saying. This guy wants to go everywhere, and every single one of these guys is trying to tell him, hey, you know, put your shit in this spot, is what you're saying. That's what you've got cooking. That's what you're saying to me. So the problem, I get what you're saying. Okay, I now understand. So basically the issue is this guy is an asshole and he'll just fucking do whatever he wants. He'll just write shit wherever the fuck he doesn't care. He just has to write it to memory. There's no way, no how. This guy comes along and says, hey, I want you to write things over here in this way so that I can organize it and I can do whatever I need to do to it to fucking whatever, right? Like I can fuck with this my way. And you're saying that the other guys are basically doing the same thing and there's no coordination for what they take and that they just kind of fucking operate on a rogue system. And what ends up happening is if these two guys share this bit right here, it creates memory bloat, is what you're saying. Here's some memory for you since you don't care, let me manage it. Right. Okay. Yeah. Got it. Okay. Hey, I want to put my shit on the shelf over here. Yeah, I'll take care of that. Put it right over here. And this guy is over here saying, I've got space over here. And each of them is basically fighting. And they're... Yeah, interesting. Oh, what a fucking chaotic system. Yeah, oh, no wonder it's so bad. So really what there needs to be is they either need to pick one to do all the work, or they need to have some function that oversees all of them that basically says, hey, you guys are basically wasting space. So what I want you to do is let this guy take over. Or let this guy take over. In a good world, you'd have something like Java. Yeah, it's somebody's job to make a good coordinate, to make a good, yeah. Approve it forever, and then use exactly one. Gotcha. I see what you're saying. So instead of having these other guys that are all talking to this dude, because we've got this guy talking, we've got this guy talking, we've got this guy talking. In the ideal world, the ideal scenario, we'd have one fucking guy, and everything that these guys want to handle, he would handle. See, that's really interesting because it's like DE puts so much effort into like adding to these optimizations, and they get to the point where they're even doing micro optimizations. Like they're optimizing things for like just for the sake of like increasing the performance slightly. But it's like this is such a fundamental part of your game's efficiency. You would think that this would be your priority. Because I feel like if you optimize this, then everything else just gets like way easier. Interesting. The skill of programmers to do this no longer exists or is already employed somewhere else. Well, I think DE is a bit of an exception to that case because DE, as far as their programming team, they are very talented people. DE has some very talented coders and artists. Their art budget is a little high for their studio when it comes to developing tech. They put a lot more emphasis into art than they do into the tech. But like DE's programmer budget as far as like, or I should say resources. Like their talent is talented. Good luck linking that to the Nintendo Switch SDK, PlayStation, Xbox, etc. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, we kind of shit on them for like having bugs and performance issues and whatnot, but it is also worth noting that like these guys do have to develop on multiple consoles, and each of them runs fucking independently. Ironically, you think Steve could do it. Steve. But he wants to do other stuff. I mean, I don't blame him. Oh, fuck. No, Altair. Steve isn't developer DE Steve. Digital Extreme Steve, who's working on Soulframe. Okay. I didn't know if you knew or not. What the fuck? Yeah, Minecraft Steve, bro. We were talking about Java. Minecraft Java Edition, guys. Java. Ding, 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 ding. Hang on, guys. I got this. Holy shit, guys. It's Minecraft. Look. Guys, it's Minecraft. Look. I don't know why I didn't just use the paint bucket tool. I'm fucking retarded. Ah, shit. Minecraft. Multiple GC is impossible. Okay, really quick. You've used the acronym GC a couple times. What is GC? Garbage collector. Never mind. I got it. Garbage collector. Yep. Yep. And then he said it. Yep. Garbage collector. Yeah. Interesting. I still don't understand why, in the grand scheme of things, right? At a fundamental level, the game has to write out like everything that's ever happened, and for some reason, this is incompressible. That's what always has confused me. I don't understand why player 2 is incompressible, but player 1 is compressible. I have never understood, because the host is compressible. We can take it and we can do this to it. But for some reason, this has to exist on the host's machine. And it has to exist exactly like this. It's not that it's uncompressible, it's that the garbage collector is just not good enough to do it. That's crazy to me, though. I feel like this should be a priority. Like, this, to me, raises so many alarm bells. It's like a 1998 garbage collector. That's crazy! That's crazy, because I feel like this would be, like, the hugest priority to me. Because this contributes to so much performance loss. And this contributes to so many bugs. So many bugs. If it's mostly the Unreal Engine 2 one. Okay, so we're operating under the assumption that it is still the Unreal 2. Other peer-to-peer games compress stuff on both sides. From what I understand, peer-to-peer just isn't used in modern gaming. Because there's just better systems. I don't, I think the only peer-to-peer game... Get a 90-year-old to lift 100 pounds versus a 20-year-old who's going to have an easier time? Pretty much, MCID. That's pretty much what we're talking about at this point. I mean, like, I feel like peer-to-peer gaming technology is just outdated. Or maybe not outdated, but, like, there's just a better way to do multiplayer, you know? Pink to stink connection. The other thing about peer-to-peer is that, from the perspective of the devs, they should just optimize generally. There's a lot of work to do in just optimizing the spaghetti before you go into the infrastructure itself. Well, they do tend to do that, though. They've been doing that. Like, they just did a massive thing where they were asking for a bunch of data and a bunch of people to just send them data to work on for Fortuna, or just, like, do bug reports if you have, like, massive memory spikes. If you don't, especially since the work was likely done by some of the senior devs, it's effectively criticizing your boss to his face. Listen, bro, at the end of the day, I feel like if you come to me, if I made a Warframe build, and you said, Nev, I took your build, but I made a better version of it because I took this part of the build that wasn't really doing anything because you're not doing this, that, the other, and I swapped it out with this other thing. Or if you came to me and you said, Nev, do you remember when you made your fucking your Kome build before the augments existed? Well, here's a new updated version with augments installed. So I would not be upset at all. I'd be like, oh, it's a good idea. I should do that. You know what I mean? Being a programmer is being wrong 99% of the time. Yeah, from everything I understand, you're wrong. You're wrong most of the time, and the computer doesn't like it until you fix it. You know what I mean? My short experience doing like 2 fucking like basic level scripts, I was wrong the entire time until I figured out how to do it correctly. You know what I mean? Like, if I had like an outdated ass build, who's a frame I haven't touched in forever? I haven't touched Mirage in forever. I haven't touched Mirage in fucking ages. If you came to me and you said, hey, dude, your old Mirage build from 9 fucking years ago that I haven't touched in a century, I took a look at it and I swapped out like this mod for some new augment that exists. There's a brand new augment and this works way better. I would not even fucking remotely be like, how dare you? You're gonna try to make when you're trying to make a garbage collector, you're not gonna be doing research. It's an academia endeavor. Your job is to translate white paper to code. You're saying they're too stupid to do so. Are you? I don't think so. I don't think so at all. Because I think it's so understandable that, hey, this game was developed at a time when the dev team was smaller and when you guys were just kind of throwing shit together and when you guys were throwing shit at the wall. I personally, I would look at it the same way I look at a Warframe build. If you look at one of my old ancient ass fucking Warframe builds on a frame I haven't touched in 6 years, and you say, hey, we didn't do this when we kind of should have, times have changed and we kind of know that now, and also there's new stuff that we can use, let's throw this all together and fucking do something. That, I think, is like, I find it to be respectful. I really do. I find it to be way more respectful, personally. Look, this one's fucking missing mods. If you took this build and you made it better, I wouldn't be offended. This one's missing shit. You know what I mean? Many devs love to keep up with the theory, so when they don't do it and you do it instead, it's a criticism. It's a measurable criticism. I don't know. I feel like if I was your boss and you came over to me and you were like, hey, I fixed this bug in your spreadsheet that's been like destroying it for 10 years, I'd be grateful. I'd be like, that's a good fucking idea. Damn, I didn't think of that. Nice. You know what I mean? Or like, damn, I wish I did that. That's a good move. Good looks. It's an overly prideful mentality. Well, I also understand that for coding and developing and whatnot, there is a sense of pride when you build it. It's also a lot of fucking work. Yeah, it sounds like a lot of work. Sounds like an insane amount of work to do. Even outside the social... Yes. Yes, I can imagine. I understand that there's a lot of pride when you finally make a function and you make a program and it actually does what you want it to do. And there's a lot of personal shit you put into it. There's a lot of work that goes into it. So I get the pride. But I still feel like even if you're prideful of your creation, it's a team project, right? Like Warframe is collaboratively worked on by a group of people anyways. So even if your boss did something, it's a group effort. It is a group project that you all are collaborating on. I'd be proud if I selected you for my team and you said, hey, this piece of shit that's been sitting in the fridge for fucking 3 weeks is starting to get moldy. So I threw it out and I put a new thing in there and it's not moldy anymore and the fridge doesn't smell bad. I'd be fucking proud of you. You're a modded Minecraft enjoyer, and the difference between running old shit on Java 8 to Java 25 is 500% better. And it's just been Oracle being the leading force in garbage collection dev for 15 years. That makes sense. I also like modded Minecraft. That is true. All of this wasn't made to support hundreds of thousands of players also. It definitely was not made to support the insane amount of players that we have. We have tons of people playing the game now. And because we have so many people playing the game, it's also okay to say, yeah, this just wasn't in the scope before, and now it is. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like as a dev, or like as a team leader, as a project manager, as a whatever, I would be proud if you came over and you were like, yeah, let me rip this fucking thing apart and make it look pretty. I would be, personally. Maybe that's because when it comes to like team projects, I'm much more excited about the project itself than like, this is my part. I did this. I worked on this. I know some people are like that. But I don't know. I would just be happy with the overall thing, you know? I'd be like, fuck yeah. We made it better. Nice, dude. Scott is still somewhere in DE. I believe he is, but I know for a fact that Scott does not want to be anywhere in the face of the community, the face of DE. He doesn't want to be in the face of Soulframe. Like, he does not like the spotlight. He doesn't want to do it anymore. I think part of it was that he really didn't vibe well with the Warframe community and the Warframe player base, which... relatable, man. I fucking feel you, dude. I feel like the community also didn't... It's not that they didn't like Scott, it's that they didn't appreciate what Scott was trying to do for them. Or, yeah. Scott was trying to do stuff for them that the player base just did not appreciate. Now, granted, he was heavy-handed, and there were definitely times where he had some questionable decisions, but he definitely is still in DE. He didn't go anywhere. I think Scott, unfortunately, got the title of bad guy when he really didn't deserve it. You know how everybody kind of boils things down to, like, that's the good guy, that's the bad guy? I feel like Scott was kind of labeled as the bad guy for a while. That pushback force is what you're thinking of in terms of the difficulty in enacting widespread code changes. I guess so. I can see that. I can see that, if Scott... Because Scott had, like, the same... Not the same... Like, he didn't like when the players broke the game. He always wanted the game to be much more rooted. I'm sure he's fine, but the few times you've seen him, it feels like he'd be hard to work around. Maybe. I can't say anything. I can't comment because I've never worked with the guy. I didn't even meet him at TennoCon, actually. I don't even think he goes to TennoCon. I didn't even see him. So, I mean, maybe, maybe he just doesn't... He just wants to kind of not be in the spotlight, and he wants to be a background guy. But, maybe dude just wants to work. Well, like, the thing is, right? Scott, I feel like, never wanted Warframe to really be the crazy power fantasy. Like, he didn't ever anticipate that the player base would want something like Nourish on every frame. He didn't anticipate that viral damage would be changed from a health debuff to a fucking crazy damage multiplier. So like when it came to the balance and the structure of the game and like the fundamental building blocks of the game, I don't think Scott ever wanted the game to be a room nuke fetish simulator, you know? Everything in this game is like the whole room explodes, everything always dies, you're never really in any danger of dying yourself, you don't take any damage, you don't manage any resources, you don't manage ammo economy, you don't manage energy economy. You almost don't like viral at this point. It's so strong it feels like OG corrosive where you just put it on whatever. That's kind of what it is. Like, modern viral is just so overtuned. And if Scott was balancing, or if we got Scott input, our current viral would probably be something like 2x damage instead of 4. You know, it probably would have been hard nerfed from 325% additional damage to 125% or 100% outright. And that probably would make viral a lot more stomachable and a lot more tolerable, you know? But those were the kinds of changes that Scott would make, and those were the kinds of things that the Warframe player base would despise. They would say, why the fuck would you nerf viral? You should buff magnetic instead. Or why would you nerf viral? You should buff blast instead. Because if he were to do that at the time, magnetic and blast would still be really bad. Magnetic would still be the worst damage type, and blast would be the second worst damage type, right? Because when viral was made to be 4.25x, magnetic and blast were still left in the dirt. They fucking sucked. Fucking gas was just freshly murdered. So it's like if they nerfed viral, it's like, okay, but the rest of the damage types are still shit, you know? And it would have been more balanced. It would have, in the future, been better, but I don't think he ever, like, got to have his way with that. I feel like he butted heads with a lot of people on, like, the balance side of things. Where, like, I don't know. I feel like he, in a way, wanted Warframe to be much closer to, like, a grounded shooter and not Warframe, you know? Like, we probably would have gotten some more Destiny-esque gameplay had Scott stayed around. You wonder if Tau status being more accessible would destroy balance? Honestly, probably. Tau is a really strong status. Tau status is kind of overpowered. Anyways, it's 4 o'clock in the morning. I'm gonna go fucking eat food and go to bed. I'm hungry and I'm tired, and I was gonna do that ages ago. But yeah, what did we learn? We learned nothing. My fellow Americans,